Hello, this is a meeting of the Select Board for Tuesday, August 31st, 2021. The Select Board will be entering into executive session for the purposes of litigation and collective bargaining if doing so in open session would have a detrimental effect on our negotiating positions, and the chair so declares. The board will reconvene in open session around 5:30 p.m. I will be surprised if we make that, but I will do my utmost to make that happen. All those in favor, Raul.
Aye.
John. I'll count that as an aye. Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
I did say aye. Thanks.
Okay. All right, so now we are officially in executive session and there is no concern?
Not
No.
yet.
So Big will leave.
welcome back to some of you. This is a meeting for the Select Board for Tuesday, August 31st, 2021. This will be the open session of our Select Board meeting. Announcements and updates. I think we have a couple. I'm going to turn the floor to Mel Kleckner.
Recording in progress.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. So we were probably going to get some COVID and other updates from our Director of Public Health, but I first wanted to say to the board and to the public that Dr. Swanee Jett has announced his resignation as Director of Public Health, and he will be pursuing an exciting opportunity in Louisville, Kentucky. I want to thank Dr. Jett for his commitment and service to the town, needless to say, especially during a worldwide unprecedented pandemic. Even before 2020 and the pandemic began, Dr. Jett was a strong advocate for resources necessary to control outbreaks of communicable diseases and having the kind of bandwidth to predict and to deal with those. If it wasn't for him, I could never pronounce epidemiologist because I could never say that word, but he pounded that in my head even before the pandemic about the kind of resources that modern public health departments need in order to be on top of things. And of course, the pandemic has revealed many shortfalls in our nation's public health systems. But I did want to also say that Dr. Jett, in addition to the experience he has gained in municipal and local government public health, is a medical officer in the United States Air Force Reserves, and in that capacity was exposed, not I don't think medically exposed, but exposed in experience and education to many matters of public health throughout the world. And the town of Brookline benefited from that because essentially we are almost in a war, if you will, with the pandemic and the COVID. So we've had a great experience with Dr. Jett, and we have mixed emotions. Of course, we're sad to see him go, but we're happy for him. Moving to a place where he's closer to family and also the job, which is meeting his professional goals. So I would just like to say thank you to Dr. Jett.
I think Bernard also wanted to say a few words.
Yeah, let me just say a couple words about Dr. Jett, and then I do have other announcements that can wait. But I also want to thank Dr. Jett for the incredible job he has done for the town of Brookline during this pandemic. I like to just focus on the fact they took quick and early steps to respond, even when the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention was hesitating. Now, the CDC was under leadership of a problematic administration in Washington, but still, are reacting or responding quicker than the leading public health organization in the world. It says something about Dr. Jett's foresight and his willingness to, for example, impose a mask mandate before anyone else was doing that. And all the other things he did resulted in Brookline having the lowest incidence of COVID of many municipalities here in the state and probably around the country. So, thank you, Dr. Jett, for what you've done to Brookline to keep so many of our residents alive. So.
Yes, the board really thanks you for your service. This was a very challenging year and a half, to say the least. Would you like to make a few words, say a few words, Dr. Jett?
First of all, I want to say good evening. I appreciate all of the accolades. It was really the team and you supporting the effort because, what I've witnessed across the nation, when people didn't agree with the health commissioner, they quickly went to the select board of the commissioners to have them removed, or there was a no vote call. So, I appreciate the support because you received a lot of emails and a lot of pushback on decisions. And then, next I want to, thank my staff and all the town departments, because none of this could have been successful without them. And we still have one more hurdle to go through in the fall, which I intend to continue to assist. And so I won't be called dereliction of duty by not making sure the town was safe through the fall, because I do know we're gonna be faced with some more serious decisions that we need to make, and the data is going to indicate that. But I will stop there because I know the next thing I have to talk about is COVID and and rats.
Do any other board members want to make a few statements before we go into a COVID update? Raul.
No, just add my thanks, Dr. Jett, and there's no question that folks can question this decision or that one, or whether or not this policy change or that one came soon enough. But in the middle of a pandemic, which none of us have ever been through, maybe someone else has. I certainly haven't. I see Miriam. The decisions ultimately that have been made, by the leadership of this town, I think have been the right ones, and that they've kept residents and employees of this town safe, and certainly safer than others in neighboring communities. And I think it's that kind of the commitment to public safety and to public health that we need to continue going forward. And I look forward to more conversations about how we can continue to do that, because this thing is not over. And so I just wanted to say thank you to you, and I think that the approach that the leadership has taken here, it's something we need to continue moving forward. So thanks.
John has his hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Jett. I just want to add that my voice to those who have already spoken. I've said pretty much from the beginning, you got the big decisions right, and you got just about all the other decisions right too. And it made such a difference in Brookline's experience of the pandemic. So we owe you a lot. Some people maybe owe you their health, or even more their lives. We won't know for sure, but you got the big decisions right. And I just want to be sure that you've thought this decision through very carefully, and that you're not going from frying pan, into the fire down there in Kentucky. But we'll look forward to good news about your career in Kentucky. I'm sure you're going to be having an exciting time down there.
Thank you.
Great. So let's move into the COVID update. I'm very sensitive to the time, since we have a very ambitious agenda tonight.
Yeah, so first, I'm gonna give you some of the national data, and then I'm gonna talk a little bit about, and it seems like I've had these hunches based on things in the past, what we can look forward to in the future. So right now we have roughly about 39 million cases of COVID, 634 deaths. We have 173 million people vaccinated. So that's roughly about 210, 211, puts us a little bit over 50%. So the number that I always look for is 70%, which is the art out of 7. And at the pace we're going, I'm still predicting that unless something rapidly happens in the fall and a lot of people get COVID, or we increase the vaccinations threefold, which I don't think will happen, we're still probably looking at that January, February timeframe when we'll come out of the pandemic or reach that 70%. What I'm predicting is that we have a lot of people unvaccinated. And so COVID will continue to spread, and it will continue to even spread through people that are vaccinated. And so, I talked to one of my good friends today, Pat Maloney. He contracted COVID, and he's been down for some days now, severe. And so I called, so say a prayer for him. So that lets you know the impact of COVID, even if vaccinated, is real. And that signifies that the variant the Delta variant is more infectious. It's twice as infectious as what we're seeing with the other variants. So what we're witnessing now, the United States is at its highest level of community transmission. The entire United States and territories, all 53 places are in the red. We are banned from traveling or visiting some other places. So we've been banned from the UK and Paris. Puerto Rico has the most strenuous of restrictions, and they always have throughout COVID. So they instituted beginning this week that any store, any restaurant or place, you must have a vaccination card to enter. Hospitalizations. So out of all the new hospitalizations that are occurring, 22% are kids. That is the highest number ever during the pandemic. Now, people often ask me, including Panel 4, they often advocate and say kids do not transmit or are least likely to contract COVID. My argument was, we really can't say that because schools were closed. Now that schools are open, you're beginning to see high rates of transmission. Hence, that's why you see Florida instituted mask mandates in school. 10,000 kids were out of school, isolated, quarantined 2 weeks ago. That number is continuing to escalate. Different parts of the country that have went back to school, they have shut down different classrooms. We have reduced the distance from 6 feet to 3 feet. What that does is now you've included all those people within 3 feet that they must quarantine. So what I would think that's going to continue to happen, and hopefully I'm off, we have the holidays coming. So we have Labor Day, Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. Right now, Brookline is averaging 40 cases a week, 41, 43, now we're at 47. So we might see another bump after Labor Day. You can expect another bump Halloween, another bump Christmas. So I'm continuing to hire staff as epidemiologists, contact tracers, so that we can continue to feel the, be able to meet the impact in anticipation. And one of the things that I think is important moving forward as we begin to add positions, we've had a medical director has always been volunteer. But in order to help the health department out, especially the nurse in terms of when we have a pandemic or epidemic, one of the things I'm going to propose with ARPA funding is adding a part-time medical director as we expand the health department. And what I'm noticing is that the impact of the social needs, mental health, and various other questions that come up from the community, it might behoove us to move in that direction. Before I move to the rats, does anybody have any questions about COVID? There's a lot of information out there. I could talk all day about the different variants. We have new variants that might be coming online in the fall that we need to be paying attention to, but it's a lot.
My only question is, I was recently contacted by someone who asked me to maybe bring this up in this setting. What would the numbers need to look like before we start to recommend that for all indoor, not only requiring masks, but the vaccination proof? How bad do the numbers have to get?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a particular matrix of how bad the numbers have to get. I did mention in the past, once we start moving toward that direction of where we was at last year, January, with 134 cases per week, that's when we need to move to start putting in more restrictive public health measures.
Thank you.
But on that note, and that's why I caution people about mandating or requiring vaccination cards. The opposite side, if I know that a certain amount of populace, we don't know how much now, even if they have a vaccination, can still transmit it, to other people, how effective would a vaccination card be? And so that's, I look at it from both angles anytime a suggestion comes up. That will be a topic of the conversation at the next ACPH meeting, because I'm always curious of what are the unintended consequences of a policy shift such as that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions on COVID before I move to rats?
Everybody's favorite subject.
So this is another task force that was developed, I think, probably a few years ago. I noticed that we had an influx of complaints due to rats. Now, how bad is the problem? In 2007 to 2011, we received 326 rat complaints just with our agency alone. We don't have our inspectors do housing, hoarding, because we have a hoarding task force. We inspect pools, restaurants, etc. The health department used to have a rodent control program. That money was decreased years ago by CDC. So overall populace of rats have increased dramatically. Now, since 2017 to 2021, our rat complaints have increased by 150 more. So now we're averaging close to 500 rodent complaints a year. Majority of those complaints happen just in the window of the summertime, and that 3-month to 4-month time period, which is huge. Now, we're probably seeing more complaints, I would say, because people are at home, they're remote. But the other aspect is people are placing out more trash due to being closed. Now everybody's reopened, and I see more bins. I've went on site and done inspections as well. 2, we have a lot more construction in Brookline, and I've seen an increase in construction twice as much than ever before. The increase in 40Bs has triggered a lot of complaints, and most of the complaints happen around construction or commercial, restaurants, etc. And then we can anticipate when we have more people for short-term rentals to move in and use those complaints to increase over time. So some of the measures we have taken in collaboration with DPW, we have went to different sites. We have issued violations. We're working on one Sachuan Garden now, and the adjacent property. Seems like we receive a lot of complaints from that area. Inspectors have went on site to look at other areas, issue violations where need to be. But it does take more staff to be added. We need a rodent control program just to deal with the significant amount of complaints, but also to monitor contractors to make sure that they implemented the proper pest management plan, and to issue fines when necessary to violators. One of the other things that I suggested years ago, and I will to Ms. Galatine, is maybe reduce the amount of time that trash can be put out. So usually people can start putting trash out at 3:30 p.m. the day prior to, but maybe we need to shift that because that's a long window for trash to be outside. So those are different strategies we can implement. We do have a brief report, which I'd be more willing to share with graphs. But yeah, the rodent complaints have increased dramatically, and we need to add staff in order to deal with the issue.
Great, thank you. Any questions on this matter? Well, thank you for those updates, Dr. Jett.
Thank you, and everybody have a good day.
Great. So Miriam, I know that you had an announcement related to a vaccine clinic, if you want to share.
Yep, great, thank you. So I just want to make everybody aware that the public schools of Brookline are holding a COVID-19 vaccine clinic at Lincoln School. They will be vaccinating on Wednesday, September 8th, and Thursday, September 9th from 6:30 p.m. to 7 in the gym. And you can, it's free for anyone 12 and older. And you can, there is a place to go sign up for an appointment time. I suggest you go, I can put the link in the chat. But I also suggest you could go to the Public Schools of Brookline website and find what you need there. So please, I encourage everybody to get vaccinated. Both of my children who are 12 and 14 are vaccinated. And I would encourage you to encourage everybody else, you know, to get vaccinated.
Great, thank you. Bernard, you mentioned that you had other announcements you wanted to make.
Yeah, I have a few, and I have a question. Can we get the third booster vaccination at this location?
So I would tell you that
I'm
right
just
now,
curious.
yeah, as of now, the CDC recommendations are for a third booster are limited to those who are immunocompromised in some way. And so I would encourage, because the third booster is not yet really policy, I would encourage folks who qualify for a third booster to follow up with their primary physicians to make sure that they meet the criteria.
Yeah.
I think it's highly likely that a third booster recommendation will be coming down the pike, but it's not yet. So
Thank you. Then I see a lot of people getting them, but at any rate, I have two announcements, or three announcements, I think. So on Saturday, September 11th, we're going to have a September 11 Remembrance event organized by local citizens. We've held that event the last couple of years. They've been very successful and well received. We try to focus the event as both a remembrance for those who died on 9/11, including 8 people with Brookline connections, but also as a teaching and learning event or experience. The relevance of this teaching and learning moment is to show that in many contexts, it's important that we not generalize the evil acts of a few to a whole universe of people who share the evildoers, so-called, racial or ethnic origins, belief systems, or other characteristics. And of course, this has been very, very critical with respect to our Muslim neighbors who suffer when people generalize actions of a few in faraway places to people who share the Muslim faith here locally. So this year the event is going to highlight, in addition to the victims and the first responders among the firefighters and police, also the first responders, meaning the dispatchers who take the initial calls that the first responders respond to. They really suffer when they're faced with these calls, the trauma of having to deal with some of these situations, not just something like 9/11, but other situations that occur on a regular basis, even in Brookline. We also want to acknowledge that there are many people who are veterans, particularly, who suffer from their experiences on 9/11 or their experiences in the wars that came out of 9/11. And in Brookline, we're very fortunate to have Bill McGroarty in our Veterans Affairs Office, who can be a resource for veterans who are in pain. They can call Bill, on the phone, and he'll, if nothing else, just listen to them, because that's really many times what people want: someone to listen to who is not, in their family or circle, and who they can vent to or just, talk through some of the issues they have. And in addition, if necessary, Bill also is very good in getting professional help for veterans. And he knows how to get it, and he knows when it's necessary. So, thank you to Bill for that, and that's related to our remembrance of the 9/11 event. One other thing, we learned last week that the Brookline Juvenile Court is being transferred to Dedham, requiring Brookline youth and youth from Roxbury, Dorchester, and other surrounding communities who find themselves in trouble in Brookline to travel out to Dedham to defend their cases. I consider this a big mistake and very harmful to especially Black and brown and low-income youth who are now required to go to faraway Dedham for their cases. I mean, this is a huge burden and really makes it very difficult for us to do the type of diversion programming that will keep these kids out of the pipeline to long-term incarceration. I wrote a letter to District Judge or District Court Department Chief Judge Dawley, questioning the wisdom of the decision and urging him to either rescind it or to hear juvenile cases in Brookline. And my letter is in the select board's packet. I urge others to make their views known also. This is a very, very important question, particularly to children of color who go through the Brookline court. Can I just say two other things, or one other thing? I want to alert people to the Surveillance Technology and Military Equipment Study Committee's report on red light traffic enforcement that is in the select board's packet and is available on the web page of the committee. Yes, it's our opinions regarding this technology, and if people are interested, they should look at that. I guess that's it. Other than the fact that we're dealing with the trauma of what's happening in Afghanistan, and a lot of immigrants are coming to America. Governor Baker, as I recall, said that they're welcome in Massachusetts, and I hope that we in Brookline welcome any Afghan immigrants to our community in the same way that we welcome all immigrants from whatever area to Brookline and extend our support to them. So,
Great, thank you. Any other announcements, Raul?
Yeah, thanks for that. And my comment actually was picking up right off where Bernard left off was, there are going to be many Afghans who are resettling in the U.S. Even after these airlifts have been suspended, there's an estimated 100,000 Afghans who may qualify for resettlement in the U.S. and elsewhere. And just keeping in mind as individuals what it is that we can do to support resettlement and support not just Afghans, but all people in and around Brookline. I'd also like to see if and I'm happy to work with others to put something together, is if we can submit a letter on behalf of our community that would reach out to those resettlement agencies and offer ourselves as a community that would welcome those who need to be resettled here. And maybe that's something some of us could work on and then bring to the board for a future meeting. And as part of that, do related outreach so that we folks know that we're a welcoming community and ready to support people who need it.
John?
Yes, just quickly, I want to thank my colleagues for their comments, and I want to second them as well. And I just want to quickly point out that Brookline has a long and very, very honorable history of welcoming refugees, especially in times of crisis. And I don't mean symbolically, I don't mean, just, putting out a banner and saying, we're a safe place for refugees. I'm talking about people committing themselves, doing the work, working with the agencies, finding placements, and resettling folks. And I really look forward to Brookline being a participant in this. And I think the select board should help in any way that they can.
Great. If you can get us details and share that amongst other board members, I would be intrigued.
Happy to.
Great. Is that the end?
And by the way, we should think about how to follow up on Raul's suggestion of a letter indicating, that we encourage, settlement here to the agencies who are handling this. I mean, I don't know how to do that because I don't know who all the agencies are, although I could probably track some down. But
I think we start with the information that John was alluding to.
Yeah, okay.
This has been done before, and then let's see how old that information is. Thank you for those suggestions. So I think we should move on to public comment. We have at least 8 people, maybe 9 or 10 signed up now, so I'll turn it over to Raul.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you everyone for joining us for public comment. We have not met in a few weeks, and so we have a long and very packed agenda, but of course, public comment is very important to us. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. So we do have a few rules I'd like to share. Each person speaking tonight is going to be limited to 2 minutes. We're going to try to keep you to 2 minutes. We'll try to be as flexible as possible with that. But in order to hear, we have a lot of people signed up for public comment, to hear from as many people as possible before we go on to business. We'd love for you to keep it to 2. And of course, you don't need to use the entire time, although you may if you like. Please refrain from any personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public may sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with town staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and when your time is up, please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're of course welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Devin, who's first on our list?
The first person signed up for public comment is Naomi Schweitzer. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video when you're comfortable.
Good evening, everyone. Good to see all of you back. I think you all know who I am, but Naomi Schweitzer, Precinct 10 town meeting member, and I'm commenting about the ARPA funds this evening, which I know are on the agenda later on. I wanted to just take a moment to thank Mel Kleckner and Melissa Goff for their efforts to work with the Brookline Community Foundation to put together a robust community engagement plan for the ARPA funds. And I think Mel will be saying more later about that. And also just appreciation for the select board's openness to move forward with that plan. This is really an exciting and an important opportunity to have a participatory process that will invite in and listen to those who've been most impacted by COVID, which is the overarching intended purpose of the funds. Well, not an exhaustive list by any means. I think, as we all know, some of the most impacted by COVID include older adults, people with disabilities, Black and Brown people, low-income households, people in frontline essential jobs who interface with the public, people who are immunocompromised, and children. These funds can help them recover from the twin public health and economic disasters we continue to find ourselves in. And we know that the needs are great. We know this from our community organizations and from our residents. In town, we have increased housing and food insecurity, to name a couple of the needs. The federal eviction moratorium is ending, and federal COVID unemployment benefits are about to end on September 4th.
You have 20 seconds.
These factors, along with the continued issues with the Delta variant, will likely deepen the needs. Listening to residents most impacted by COVID and the community organizations that work with them about how COVID has impacted them and their ideas for recovery solutions will ensure that funded projects go to where they are needed most and are designed for success. This is really an opportunity to build trust with the groups that have been most impacted and to show them that the town is listening and taking their needs seriously.
2 minutes.
So thank you for listening, and just again, really appreciate town staff and the select board for engaging on the engagement process.
The next person signed up for public comment is Deborah Brown. Deborah, you can unmute when you're ready and your time will begin.
I did the unthinkable for once. I wrote out what I was going to say. So my name is Deborah Brown, town meeting member, and I am also the board president for the Brookline Improvement Coalition, Brookline CDC. I also wanted to thank Mel, Melissa, Jason, and in addition, I wanted to thank organizations like Bridge, Brookline Community Foundation, Build a Better Brookline, for engaging around the discussion about how do we protect people as a result of what's happened with COVID, and how do we effectively begin to use the money. Naomi talked beautifully about some of the needs, and I just want to spend a couple of minutes, well, less than a couple of minutes, just sort of talking about what the actual legislation talks about, and it's to support the immediate pandemic response, bring back jobs, and lay the groundwork for a strong and equitable recovery. That's what ARPA is supposed to do. It's supposed to support immediate economic stabilization for households and businesses and address systemic public health and economic challenges that have contributed to the inequitable impact of the pandemic on certain populations. The other piece that's important is, that the formula that's used for even the program is born out of the CDBG grants. And again, it looks at poverty, population, housing overcrowding, and the age of housing.
You have 30 seconds.
So again, I want to thank, the range of people that have participated in creating a transparent and open process as it relates to these ARPA funds. But I would implore you that as you think about what these needs are, that one, you ask who has the greatest need and how can we soften this almost insurmountable blow that people are living with on a daily basis. So thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Amy Takanami. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable. Your 2 minutes will begin.
Hey y'all, Amy Takanami, she, her, hers. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 10, and I'm also here to share some thoughts on our town's ARPA funds. I also want to start out like Naomi and Deborah did by thanking Mel and Melissa for your leadership and initiative in partnering with the Brookline Community Foundation in building out a robust, inclusive, and transparent community engagement process for gathering ideas and proposals for our town's ARPA funds. I think getting this process right is so important for so many reasons. One being, again, Deborah already named, just the need to follow federal guidelines. These funds are specifically intended to provide relief and resources to those residents in Brookline whose lives have been most severely disrupted by the pandemic. So with that in mind, we can't and really should not commit money from these funds until we've received a substantial number of proposals aimed at assisting those most disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. And let's be clear, despite the immense wealth that exists here in Brookline, there is a significant number of low-income, working-class families that have faced the brunt of the economic and social-emotional consequences from the ongoing pandemic, who are going to benefit immensely from a community-driven process to deliver ARPA funds in a targeted and inclusive manner. So for those who don't know, I'm a Steps to Success alumni, former staff member, and current board member. STEPS is a local community-based organization that serves students and their families living in public housing in Brookline. So just as one small example of the needs that are out there, I want to briefly illustrate just some of the impact COVID has had on our STEPS community members. So since the beginning of the pandemic, a significant number of STEPS families have reported some form of income loss, unemployment, reduced work hours, and as recently as May of 2021, approximately 40% of BHA families were behind in rent and requested assistance for that. So not only have these families struggled with housing stability, but they've also seen an increase in food insecurity, childcare needs, and significant issues with technological related changes in schools, including the need for Chromebooks and lack of reliable internet. So while there are many other needs that were created or exacerbated by COVID-19, I just simply wanted to offer this brief summary to serve as a snapshot of the immense impact the pandemic has had on just one small section of Brookline's low-income working-class community. And I really hope the select board tonight supports the town administrator and BCF's community engagement proposal, and that all of us keep in mind the real, urgent, and imminent need in our own community that these ARPA funds may be used for. Thank you.
Next person signed up for public comment is David Lascoye. David, you can unmute and your time will begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much to members of the select board for making time for public comment. And I want to thank particularly and second the gratitude that the prior speakers have expressed for Mel, who's demonstrated, and Melissa Goff, who have demonstrated extraordinary leadership in moving from the operations center, the emergency operations center, to the next stage, which is now recovery and restoration of the trauma and the losses that have been caused by the pandemic. So every day, right here in Brookline, the pandemic is exacerbating these well-known longstanding disparities, as Amy and Naomi have enumerated. Now, it's important that we realize that ARPA funding is specifically intended to ensure that Brookline residents who have suffered the most disruption, damage, and loss during the pandemic, and therefore are the ones who now require the greatest resources, should be prioritized to receive extra help. I want to close with 3 recommendations. The first, the town should make extraordinary efforts in partnership with the Brookline Community Foundation to elicit the views of community members who have already been disproportionately affected by the pandemic and those who work directly with them. Now, this is well underway. This week was discussed on August 3rd at the select board meeting. And I understand that Mel and Giselle and Melissa have been working and will have a report tonight. The second recommendation is agencies should fashion their programs specifically focused and targeted on residents who have suffered the greatest pandemic consequences. And the third recommendation is that until, and this is Amy also mentioned this, until there has been a community engagement process, including a public hearing, no ARPA funds other than for outreach, needs assessment, and immediate COVID mitigation and vaccination should be committed or dispersed. Thank you very much to Mel and to the select board and
You've reached 2 minutes.
Everyone, thank you very much. Bye.
The next person signed up for public comment is Michael Kushner. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Hi, thank you so much for the select board for letting me speak tonight. I also just want to affirm what everyone has said so far about the importance of ARPA funding and making sure that the ARPA funding is spent in a way that is transparent and includes community engagement. Well, all I really want to add in agreement to what everyone has already said is that as a social worker, I've really seen a lot of the impact that COVID-19 has had on mental health of community members in Brookline. And I think when we talk about mental health, it's not just about making sure that there's therapy, making sure that there are services to help people through those moments. It's about making sure that people feel security so that they can address issues that are going on with their mental health. And right now, there are so many issues in our community that people have already touched on that have a direct tie to experiences of depression, anxiety, worsening mental health symptoms. And so in order for us to really address the mental health crisis that we have, we really have to take in all of these factors that everyone has talked about around racial justice, social justice, economic inequality. I particularly want to draw attention to the issues related to housing right now with the end of the eviction moratorium. There are a lot of people, particularly Section 8 people right now, who have had their stimulus checks included in their income. And so now their income is much higher, which has caused their rent to go higher. But for many of those people who are also working in the service industry or working in industries that are now affected by COVID, they're seeing their income decrease significantly. And so we're really at a kind of a double whammy in terms of people being able to make rent right now, and the impact on people's financial stability, but also their mental health and the mental health of their family and structures is huge. So I just want to highlight that. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Kimberly Richardson. Kimberly, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
I was going to speak, but I can't help myself, of course. So I'll try to make it less than 2 minutes. $32 million is a lot of money. Many folks are reaching out to the select board about how they think the money should be spent. I think that whatever decision is made about these funds should be done in the most transparent way possible. I would go even further to suggest that the select board take a back seat and let the community make the decisions about these funds. And when I say community, I am including those voices we never hear. Those unheard voices are the ones most impacted by the pandemic. Even now, some of those unheard voices are feeling the impact. The people who were out of jobs during the pandemic and were able to access unemployment are now being penalized. The pandemic unemployment was more money earned than they earned on their regular paying jobs. And now they have rent increases that have to struggle to pay because they no longer earn that amount of income. I urge the town to be strategic, thoughtful, and transparent in how this money is distributed. I urge the town to let an organization like the Brookline Community Foundation lead conversations with the community to figure out the best ways to spend this money, conversations about how to make long-term changes that support the most impacted by COVID. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is James Franco. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video and your time will begin.
Thank you. I'm Jim Franco, town meeting member, Precinct 1, speaking tonight on the state of our town and what appears to be a leadership crisis, starting with the way the board is managing town affairs. We know about the well-publicized reports of poor morale in the police department that started with the sudden resignation of the police chief almost 1 year ago, followed by officers leaving Brookline in lateral moves to other communities. The police chief position has been vacant for almost a year, and the search process for the new chief is just beginning. A few weeks ago, this board heard a routine request from the BAA for the annual marathon permit, an event that has passed through Brookline for over 100 years. After some discussion, the board deferred the vote, even though the BAA had been working with your town staff on the procedural details. At your last meeting, it was announced that we have 3 department head vacancies. I heard no public discussion by the board or members of the board about the exodus of senior staff. There may be a story associated with 1 or more of these departures, but in the aggregate, senior staff vacancies constitute a condemning statement about the town's leadership team, that is the select board. The inability of the board to work with and support senior staff is telling. In some instances, the board or individual members of the board are seen as opponents of town departments rather than as a supervisory partner. It may be that staff does not feel town meeting is supportive, but the real message is that senior leadership does not feel the select board is up to the task of managing the town or supporting the hard work departments do to keep Brookline on track as an attractive place to live, work, and visit.
You have 30 seconds.
As if this was not enough, tonight we learned about Swanee Jet leaving. That makes 5 department head vacancies this year. This board seems obsessed with time. Presentations are limited and appointment interviews are cut short. Yet on the agenda tonight is the BAA matter for the second time, which should have been an automatic approval. And there have been several executive session meetings of late devoted to the Alston matter for reasons that have yet to be disclosed. And these sessions surely take time away from other matters. Running the town seems to have either not happened or gone poorly because top staff seems to see the board or has the town staff doesn't see the board articulate goals or direction. Sometimes it seems the board discussions get away from the nuts and bolts of running the town. The town is responsible for police, fire, sanitation, roads, parks, schools, and more. Residents and property owners expect basic service to be provided by the town for the revenues, including tax revenues that the town collects. Where's the leadership? The perception of a divided board may be contributing to senior staff departures. Whatever you have been doing has not helped.
Please conclude.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to ask you to conclude now, but please.
Services and keep us running smoothly.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Susan Park. Susan, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Select Board. Susan Park here, town meeting member from Precinct 2. I come tonight to implore you not to add 2 more cannabis licenses to a warrant article for the fall town meeting. You just gave the last 2 licenses to Mission and Canna. It's too fast to support 2 more licenses in the name of social equity. You had time to select social equity candidates in the past, and that didn't happen. So creating a warrant article to increase the license by 2 more, which could have societal consequences, is not what's best for Brookline as a whole. And I say as a whole, we're talking about a community of families and children, not just the social equity candidates. Why not wait and see the societal impact of these 2 extra licenses first? You have recently increased cannabis stores by 100%. We, the community, families, and children also live in this community. We will be the ones who will experience the impact of 2 more cannabis stores. Why don't all the kids who go through all 8 Brookline schools and 1 high school matter too? Why doesn't the societal impact of all the thousands of kids and families matter? Are we part of this warrant article, or only the 2 owners and employees who will benefit from the money they will get from these licenses? Studies show 1 in 6 kids will get addicted to cannabis. This is no joking matter and should not be treated lightly by increasing 2 more licenses. Regarding retributions, according to Smart Approaches, Dr. Sabat, who worked for, am I still on?
Yes.
Yes, you have 30
Okay,
seconds.
all right, sorry. Looked like I was out. Sorry. This gentleman, he served on President Obama's drug control. He was the director there, and he served both Democrats and Republican, both these administrations. And he basically says in Smart Approaches to Marijuana on the link on the website, there are tons and tons of science that shows that, all the stuff about poll testing and things that were said so that it could sell easily, and adding 2 licenses will backfire down the road. And I'm wondering, are you going to be here 2 to 5 years to see these consequences? No state has shown any immediate reduction in their prison population following the passing of legalization. So far, reduction in prison population has not been affected. And adding 2 more cannabis stores. Okay, so I just really hope that you will not add 2 more licenses. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Avina Priestley. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video, and your time will begin. Hi, Vina. I don't think you're connected to audio. It may, I don't know if you have wireless headphones that could be connected. Okay, it looks like we're. Do you want to try one more time and maybe turn off your video? All right, it says you're connecting to audio.
Vina, you there? All right. Well,
we can't. Yeah.
So this is how we're going to handle it. Vina, whatever you want to say, you can write to us or to Devin, and she can distribute to us. But we do need to move on.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Devin, anyone else? Is that it?
That is it.
All right, Heather, it's all yours.
Thank you. Okay, so miscellaneous items. I believe there are a bunch of meeting minutes to approve. So I will move the ones where I think Bernard is either going to abstain or will not vote on. I'll move those first, and then Bernard, I'll move the one where you can be included. How does that?
Yeah, just ignore me on the ones I can't.
Okay. So I move approval of the following meeting minutes: July 13th, 2021, July 16th, 2021, and July 23rd, 2021. All those in favor? I'll call on you anyway, Bernard. How about that?
It's okay.
Abstain?
Yes.
Okay.
If you're calling on me, I abstain.
Okay. Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And now I will move the meeting minutes from July 27th, 2021. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Great. So moving on to the miscellaneous. Oh, there is going to be a short proclamation in support of and congratulation of the Brookline High School boys tennis team for their 60-match winning streak and claiming the 2021 state championship title. I do believe that we have someone who wants to speak on this. Devon? Great. Elliot, you will have 3 minutes to try to encapsulate how excited the team is.
Gladly, thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, the Brookline boys tennis team has ruled the courts for since 2018, winning 3 straight titles. And if it weren't for COVID, deep 6 in the 2020 season, it would have probably be 4 straight titles. And they've 64-1 in those 3 years for their dominance. And I'd like to salute the ones who have contributed to this excellence on the court, starting with coaches Michael Mowat, who coached the 2021 team, and Nick Piero, who coached 2018 and 2019. Also, I'd like to congratulate Sam Feldman, Noah Schwartz, Vardon Carbanda, Jayant Devea, Anders St. Clair, Jacob Kapusta, Devin Nahada, Arush Admala, Nate Camarchero, Josh Fleischman, Aaron Fleischman, Ben Mullman, Kay Ogawa, Teo Demoy, Evan Wu, Owen Eski, and Enzo SCI PPA Shapa. Congrats, and hopefully 2022 will be 4 in a row and keep the streak going, boys. You guys make Brookline proud.
Great. Well, it's a few opportunities to do something very nice. So I really appreciate that you reached out to us and allowed us to honor this team. I mean, boy, what a track record.
Thanks for the opportunity. You guys have a hard job, and good luck with everything.
Great, thank you. So I will move approval of the proclamation to honor this team. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye, and with a plug for Elliot's coverage. He's terrific.
And Miriam? We'll move on. The chair votes aye. Thank you very much. So the rest of the miscellaneous calendar, oh boy, there are many items. I will do my best to try to describe what they are, but I will not read all of it in detail because it almost goes through the entire alphabet. It is posted online. So the first one is about a pilot with Solect Energy Development rooftop solar project at the Municipal Service Center. There is an amendment to a contract regarding the Driscoll School. There is another amendment regarding the Driscoll School, and then a change order regarding the Driscoll School, question of approving an amendment to a contract regarding the Pierce School project. There is the approval of greatest maximum price change order with Skanska regarding the high school expansion project. There's a change order with CTA for the high school expansion project, Tappan Gym and 3rd floor renovation. There's a change order regarding the high school expansion project for deferred maintenance, an authorization to hire a senior office assistant at the Treasury Division of the Finance Department, another authorization to hire for senior maintenance craftsperson plumber in the building department, authorizations to hire regarding librarians, authorizations to hire for a manager of digital services in the IT department, authorization to hire for a deputy superintendent commander of traffic records division within the police department, authorization to hire for cannabis licensing and mitigation coordinator position in the select board office, then entertainment license for Brookline Music School, 1-day license for Brookline Porch Fest 2021, and then a series of temporary all alcohol beverages temporary wine malt beverages, Hellenic, Lars Anderson, and then approving the application for an alternate manager at Sanctuary Medicinals. So all of that is before us. I will move approval of that. Raul.
Yeah, can we pull out 7N? That is the deputy superintendent and the police department, just have a separate conversation about that, and it can be relatively brief.
Sure. Okay. So removing 7N, everything else that I rattled off is part of the consent agenda. So all those in favor, Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John. I'll take that as an aye.
Aye. Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So circling back to 7N, do you have a specific question?
Yeah, I mean, my hope here was, I want to hear Mel's thoughts on this. My hope here is that we have a chief that we're going to be hiring soon, and we have very little flexibility in terms of who we hire for positions that are under civil service. This position is not, so we have some flexibility here, and we've talked a lot about flexibility in hiring. My hope here was that we would be able to install someone in an interim basis, and I want to preserve as much as possible the authority for the permanent chief to be able to build the leadership team that they think is necessary to move us forward. And so, my thought was, I'd be happy to approve this for hire if it's an interim position. And I know, Mel, you might have a different thought on that, so I just want to offer an opportunity for us to have that conversation.
Mel?
Sure. So this position of deputy superintendent is a non-civil service position. And so the town does have discretion, much more discretion. And it also is not his position is not covered by the union, police union. So there is more flexibility. Having said that, if you do create promotions in the department, then the promotions below lieutenant, or I should say below deputy superintendent, which is a lieutenant and sergeant, would be subject to civil service. And, I think we'd have less likelihood of making those temporary. So my own feeling is, I understand. I also am interested in a new chief and new administration having the discretion, because there is such little discretion often in the promotional process. But right now, as we've been hearing, there is a need to fill positions, and so I guess I would take it if it was only interim. But I am more interested in keeping the superintendent's position open, which it is currently. I mean, that is the chief's right-hand person, and that's the one I'm more interested in. But I really do think we should get moving on with the getting deputy superintendents. We just a few weeks ago appointed to bring it to the level that it exists, and then we had one more retirement not that long ago. So I would recommend that the board approve it in a permanent way.
So just so that everyone is clear, even though this position is not subject to civil service and is not in the union, we do have to select somebody who currently works within the Brookline department, Brookline Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And so do we know how many people could qualify for this position that are currently in the department? I mean, I got to assume it's a short list.
Well, we just had the process, so there were a lot more applicants than we were able to appoint this last time. So there's a handful.
Okay.
I could say.
Any other comments from select board members? John.
I just want to be sure we're all on the same page on this. This is simply authorization to hire, but it isn't the choice that we're approving?
Correct. So the chief would then come back to us with who he wants to hire.
But would he effectively be coming back to us to inform us of who he has hired? Or would we have a chance to have a discussion of the, in the candidate?
Well, the process has typically been he recommends a name.
Okay.
Yeah. Bernard.
Yeah, as I understand it, as a practical matter, if we make the deputy superintendent position temporary or interim, we're also making the lieutenant, sergeant, lieutenant and sergeant positions also temporarily. Is that correct? So I mean that would be a pretty disruptive situation. Is that correct? No?
Yes. Yes, you would have to make the subsequent promotions temporary because there would be no, if that other person could go back into the ranks, then you'd have to reverse those subsequent promotions as well.
My primary concern is that we really haven't started the process for finding the next chief. And so I realistically, I don't think we're going to see anybody much before after Christmas. And that's a long time.
Okay, I say let's go ahead and move forward. I think this was helpful to understand the rationale here and with the understanding that the superintendent position, a key position, is still going to be available for the next chief to appoint, whoever they are. So I'm fine moving forward here.
Thank you for raising it. If we weren't obligated to select from somebody who is currently within the department, I would be falling on differently on this. But I assume that we're going to have maybe 4 or 5 names. And so when somebody comes on, maybe they select somebody differently, but it's going to be a lot smaller pool than I think what a lot of people think of when they have an opportunity to hire somebody that they want to bring on board. Bernard?
Hey, Mel, this may be an answer may be obvious, but does the superintendent have to come from inside the department?
I'd want to check on that, Bernard. I can't answer that directly. That's been a position that's been with the town for many, many years, but I don't know.
Interesting question. Thank you for raising it, Bernard. So it's the authorization to hire. That's the motion. All those in favor, and this will be brought back to us when there is a candidate selected. And reach out to the chief and find out how he's going to select this candidate. The other candidates were interviewed by the chief and I think someone else. So maybe we ask for a process that we all feel good about. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. Moving on to our regular calendar. A sustainability update from Tom Barrasso.
Sure. Well, he's getting ready. Why don't I just introduce the topic and introduce Tom? He'll introduce himself, of course, but Tom is the he's been with us for several months, but now the new sustainability manager is actually an assistant department head position now. It's been elevated to that level in the planning department. And I wanted to welcome Tom. He's been working primarily with the Select Board's Climate Action Committee and others. And I think it's timely for him to present himself to the full board, to the community on what he's been up to. So Tom, I believe you have a presentation today.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. Yeah, can I share my screen, Mel?
I believe so.
Okay, let's see if we can do that. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, again, I'm Tom Barrasso. I'm a veteran of about 30 years in the environmental business. both in federal government, private sector, municipal government. I came on board around May 3rd of this year with an immediate mission to try to kickstart and centralize a lot of the stuff that's going on with respect to climate mitigation, climate change activities, and sustainability across both the internal departments, as well as working with the residents and the community action groups. Part of that mission is also to develop a strategic action plan, which I've been working on since I came on board. And I've sort of got the guts of that outlined for you this evening, and hopefully we can go through most of it. So to kick off, I really started to get into department head meetings, trying to meet with everybody to figure out exactly what was going on and see where all the steps have already been taken. Because again, Brookline has been a leader in this with respect to other communities in the Commonwealth. So a lot of work has already been done and the groundwork is kind of there. Putting it all under one umbrella of sustainability is really the biggest challenge. I think it was 2020, there was a Calling Center report that you did in conjunction with UMass that called for the creation of my position, as well as some other changes that needed to occur. So we've been working heavily with the town administrator and the head of planning, Allison Steinfeld, to sort of come up with sort of a plan to sort of approach how to integrate those recommendations. Also working on building rooftop deployment. One of those memos was mentioned earlier in the meeting this evening. Working on Coolidge Corner projects in development for energy review. Also the urban forest with Erin Galantine, head of DPW. And also got integrated into the emergency management team to sort of look at sustainability, perhaps microgrids, and our ability to sort of sustain ourselves during emergency activities. So external, I have a lot of relationships. I've been around the business this long and been with all these different types of government entities. So meeting with DOER, MBTA, MAPC, Massachusetts Clean Energy Center, meeting directly with utilities. I have working relationships with both National Grid and Eversource already. So I've got some good meetings with the people who sort of run those organizations and who have a lot to contribute, both financially as well as sort of meaningful aspects of the technologies. Brookline community meetings, the select board, climate action people, and the Climate Action Brookline, Mothers Out Front, and the Brookline Chamber of Commerce all have been very welcoming and great to work with. Commercial side of things, trying to get to know the community a little bit better. I did live in Brookline back in the 90s and I grew up in Boston, so I kind of know the landscape, but trying to find out who's in town, who are the solar developers that are working here, who are the condo associations, who are the commercial owners of large-scale properties that we can work with. Because again, when we look at what the municipality has, it's kind of a drop in the bucket on the energy side of things. The real meat of the matter will be to get out to the actual residents, the residential homes, the commercial real estate, the multifamily units, and try to get them as energy efficient as possible and hopefully off the grid completely. So the concept there was to sort of develop an action plan with some pretty broad categories that I've kind of outlined. My main focus has been trying to get the understanding of exactly what type of energy efficiency measures have already been taken in the community and trying to hit the 20% that we agreed to as Brookline under the Green Communities Act, as everybody who's taken that money and joined with that program under the Commonwealth of Mass has to hit a 20% reduction. And most communities around the Commonwealth are kind of stuck. Everybody kind of plateaued after the low-hanging fruit was done. So I really need to get an understanding of where we are. We're definitely below the 20%, so we really need to accelerate that part of it and lead by example there, where, you know, we can't ask other people to sort of take care of their house if our house is not in order yet already. So primary goals: increasing energy efficiency, modifying, replacing systems where we can. You've already moved out on some of that with the replacement of your LED street lamps or your street lamps from incandescent into LEDs. And some nature-based solutions, which again leads us to the urban forestry program that you've already started under DPW. Trying to look at where the funding will come from and where the sort of main Focus points are for the federal government, the state government, and then the Climate Action Brookline plan that you all adopted in 2018, and trying to get some management review, some department head review, and try to focus that a little bit more. Oops, I'm not getting my next slide. There we go. So my main action items have been the 20% reduction with green community grants and performance-based contracts. If we can figure out how to bring in companies to look at exactly what's going on in the municipality side of things and come up with a program that will actually fund itself. That's the whole sort of determining factor for performance-based contracts. Electrification across the board, more solar activity. Geothermal is really not electrification, but it does get you sort of unplugged from the grid, so I left it under this category. And multi-unit residential retrofit. I've been reaching out to those companies who manage those type of real estate in town, even some of the new developers who've got projects in town, try to figure out an approach where we can bring that to the forefront and get that included in the building design. Stormwater resiliency is going to play a major part in this, working with DPWs and our partners in the MBTA and Mass DOT. We've got major transportation corridors that run through Brookline, the Green Line, Route 9, and we've got to deal with those folks in order to sort of come up with a strategy and a plan, maybe even regionally, as we look at other communities that surround us. We've brought up a few times during the climate action meetings, working with Cambridge and the Charles River watershed, which would be a great idea. When I was with Amesbury, we were working with the Merrimack River and the Merrimack River watershed of folks, and that had a lot of positive results. Transportation infrastructure, trying to figure out how we can deploy EVs and fleet electrification. Been working heavily with DPW, trying to figure out a strategy to get all of our vehicles into electric EV systems. And that involves how do we charge these things, where they're going to be deployed, even looking at electric school buses, if that's something that the school department wants to go down that path. And again, maybe a regional approach in terms of dealing with the MBTA for help on that, or dealing with other communities that surround us to try to come up with a master plan for EV deployment. And lastly, the building code, trying to sort of integrate the things that you've already put forward. You have a fossil-free regulatory approach that is going to get injected into the building code locally. How that plays out with the AG's office, we still don't know, but we've still been moving ahead with trying to craft a way that that is going to move through the zoning board, through the planning board. And in that case, I've tested a possible peer review process using a third-party contractor to look at the plans that have already been proposed for Coolidge Corner development, so that we can see if we can provide the answers that are definitely going to, or for the questions that are going to come up at those zoning board and planning board hearings. Can we make sure that our information is correct and the information we're getting from those developers is correct? So lastly, looking at some sort of potential funding mechanisms for all of this stuff, because if we can't fund it, then it's like an unfunded mandate. We really need to be able to get projects on deck that we can actually fund and actually implement. So potential funding mechanisms from the federal side, obviously the rescue plan money. There's some elements in there already with regards to stormwater and the initial sort of cut that has come out already in some of the things I've read through the Department of Treasury. Mass Commonwealth grants, especially green communities, and again, the self-funding mechanisms that we can use through the performance-based contracts. Town budget, you know, obviously if there's money available and we can squeeze some of that in the direction of sustainability, that would be great to have. And regional and private investment. If there's a way to look at the folks who are sort of out there managing large-scale projects, large-scale properties, and integrate some of this stuff into funding opportunities where either there's tax relief through dips and tips or other things that the town can accelerate, will definitely get more participation than just passing sort of building code enforcements. So I've moved out on a lot of stuff already in the short time that I've been here. So just give you some highlights into some of those projects. I've reached out to Honeywell, Johnson Controls, Ameresco, Evolution Energy to sort of look at the reality of performance-based contracts to see if we can do it. I'm going to need to do some analysis with respect to DOER and the kind of the energy conservation measures that have already been done, and see where the gaps are and how we can fill them with those particular mechanisms. Rooftop solar, we've moved out on about 6 different municipal buildings, including several schools and the municipal service center, with solar all ready to be deployed probably around 2022. So far, the biggest holdup on that has been getting the equipment and the materials needed to actually repair the roofs before we actually install the solar. So the solar stuff is ready to go. We just need to be able to repair those roofs. So working very tightly with Charlie Simmons and the facilities group, as well as DPW. Stormwater resiliency getting integrated into that emergency group and participating in the urban forestry and tree canopy study, and hopefully the deployment there. We'll be able to sort of work on that in a positive manner. Transportation infrastructure, we've got some plans for EV fleets. We've been working with, at least I've been talking with MAPC, Arlington and Newton to try to come up with some approaches there. And again, meeting with Eversource to try to figure out what's actually available. Because if you go to them now and say, we're going to hit you with all of this EV infrastructure, they're really not ready. So we really need to work with them in terms of figuring out where things are going to go and how to get the infrastructure built on their end of things to make sure that we can actually plug in the vehicles that we have. And lastly, on that building code, again, testing those scenarios with respect to how we're going to conduct peer reviews and how we're going to answer the questions that are definitely going to be coming through those different boards and commissions. So with that, I think I can take some questions if we have some time.
Great. Miriam, I see your hand up. If you can use the hand raise feature, because when we're in presentation mode, it's difficult for me to see. But Miriam goes first.
Thanks. Thank you, Tom Barrasso. Am I saying that correctly?
You are.
Excellent. It's very nice to meet you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm just, assuming it was hard work to kind of condense a summary of everything you are thinking and want to do. One of the things I'm not seeing that I'd love to hear a little bit about is your thoughts on and focus on environmental justice. And one of the things I would recommend to you as new to Brookline is to make sure that you're reaching out to some of the community groups that have a racial justice and economic justice lens, like the Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity group. I'm sure they would be more than happy to sit down and talk with you. So I just want to put that on your radar and see if you've been thinking about that. And also, I just want to ask if you're aware that we declared a climate emergency, and how does that play into your thinking in terms of sustainability? Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, on the equity or social justice aspect of that, that's pretty much embedded in a lot of things that I've worked on over the 30 years. So whether it's Superfund work, brownfield renovation work that I did with the city of Boston, as well as all over the country, that's sort of already baked into the mix. So I come to the table with that sort of already in the back of my mind. So if you have specific group leaders that you would like me to talk to, please send me those contacts, and I'd be more than happy to meet with them. I am aware that you declared a climate emergency, and I'm moving as fast as I possibly can, which is, again, there's a lot of big issues to any of these components. And my primary focus is to really get stuff off the ground, off the sort of drawing board, and actually into effect. Once I get a couple of those things moving, I think we can step back a bit and look at the big picture. But obviously, the emergency end of things really focuses on how much, which you hate to say, how much money we can actually put forth and how much education we can do. So I'll move out as fast as humanly possible with the resources that I have. Certainly would like to get more, and the more I get, the faster we'll go.
Oh, lots of hands. Keeping in mind that we're 20 minutes behind, but John, then Bernard, then Mel, then Raul.
Tom Barrasso, welcome to Brookline. Terrific presentation. I think we have made great steps forward, excuse me, with your addition to our, staff at Town Hall. And I look forward to great things ahead. And I want to just say, please be shameless in promoting and letting people know about things that Brookline does that represent steps forward and achievements in this area. I'm talking about photo ops with, an electric vehicle or a solar panel or you name it. We really need to make dramatic progress, and the public needs to know when we make progress so that they continue to support these initiatives. And you're off to a great start. But my favorite part of your presentation was where you talked about seeking funding from other sources for some initiatives, because we're going to need it. So best of luck, and looking forward to further reports in the future.
Thank you. I actually recently was interviewed by WGBH, and I'm hoping that comes out pretty soon. I don't know. I think it's just an online platform. So as soon as it comes out, I'll let everybody know.
Great.
Bernard, then Raul.
Yeah, great presentation, and thank you for all you're doing. And one thing that maybe it's just me, but I look at Brookline and at where it's located. We have all these great universities, BU, BC, Harvard, what else is out here? MIT, and all these engineering schools. And I'd like to see some educational type programming, so that we really get people to understand the sort of global nature of the climate crisis, and can really be informed in terms of the things that we push our representatives to do and support, but just generally have a better understanding of the nature of this climate crisis than I think the sort of run-of-the-mill person has. So
I'd love to work with some of those local schools and the local Brookline schools. So again, representatives from any of those. Put them in touch with me, and we'll see if we can get something off the ground. It's always difficult when I tried this in Amesbury to sort of move into the sort of school systems locally, because everybody has a sort of set agenda or things that they need to work through in the school year. But definitely, once we get things that you can actually see, it'd be great to have field experiences to go out and actually look at some of this stuff. And then, I'd be more than happy to come into any classroom and talk to kids.
I'm going to jump in.
It's thinking more of using the resources of the local universities to provide or do some educational stuff. And BU, at least, they have indicated that they're very interested in doing that. So I'll try to dig up those contacts.
I know the sustainability coordinator at BU, so I'll give her a call. I think her mother actually lives in Brookline. So
Safe Routes to Schools has a lot of overlap with a lot of town meeting members that I know are in the Green Caucus. You might contact Todd and just make an appearance at one of their meetings. You'll meet a lot of people concerned with the environment at those meetings that are plugged into the schools. Raul.
Thank you. And thank you, Tom, for the presentation. I guess, my comment or question really is about the best use of a dollar, understanding that we have limited resources, and also understanding, the most recent IPCC report and just how dire everything is right now. We have limited resources in terms of funding, in terms of time, and in terms of focus, right? And there are things that feel good, and there are things that have greater impact. And thinking about how we understand the difference between those. So is the best use of our time right now, understanding that it is better to electrify the town fleet, right? All the vehicles that we have, and that we should be taking steps to do that. Is that the best area of focus for Brookline in terms of us as a local municipality working as part of a larger community to stave off the worst impacts that are at this point certainly coming our way? And I think for us, the best thing that I think you can help us do is understand where are the areas we should be focused that will have the greatest impact, even if they're not the sexiest, even if it doesn't turn out to be a really good photo op, right? That'll have the greatest impact, and that are going to to really move us as a community to where we all want to be. I think we get distracted by the shiny thing, or distracted by the thing that seems the most achievable, rather than thinking about, what is the big thing, or the three big things, or whatever number it is that we can do. So I just want to sort of, my hope is that when we see you many, many times in the future, and even when we don't see you, that you're helping us understand as policymakers, what are the things that we should be focused on, what's the best use of a dollar, and what we should be rallying the community around to make the greatest impact. Does that make sense?
That does, and that's pretty much the order of the day, is to try to figure out exactly where those paths are. And again, what I've done with at least this strategic approach, which is sort of like the year or so plan, 6 months, year and a half, and then reevaluate and come back again and see where we need improvement and where else we can go. And a lot of that is dictated by what's happening external to sort of Brookline, because that's where the funding is, and that's where some of the technology is. So again, there may be solutions that are a decade out that will be hydrogen based, and so people will move into hydrogen based fuel systems. There may be more public transportation available as more things come online with more electric buses. So it's really kind of a moving target. I usually say you're sort of like fixing the car or trying to take it apart as you're driving down the pike. And so it's not always an easy thing to do. So we definitely have that focus, but I've been in meetings recently where it's like, okay, we want to do this thing that costs, several $1 million, but it's one thing and it's for one place and it's one sort of concept. Wouldn't it be better to take that and spread it out and do some of the non-sexier things? And one of those that's really big is building envelope. It makes no sense to put in a really sophisticated heat and cooling system into a building that leaks like a sieve. So, and that's insulation, that's weather stripping, and that's like basic stuff sometimes at the hardware store you can pick up and do yourself on the weekend. And that's, again, not really all that sexy, but it gets the job done. And how to deal with that in a building stock that is as old as a Brookline, a Boston, a Cambridge is also kind of tricky. And sometimes it will come down to that, because you're not going to knock down the Victorian or the triple decker. You're going to try to figure out a way to retrofit that. And working with people like the Clean Energy Center, the Mass Clean Energy Center, they do track those things and they do try to come up with these solutions that may not be the sexiest, but are the kind of things that work. So foam injected insulation, the basic weather stripping, building models where you can go in and test how bad a building is leaking. Those are sort of some of the basic things that we need to look at too.
Appreciate that.
I'm glad that you brought that up. We're going to have a related conversation, I think, about that a little bit later with the Driscoll thermal, geothermal conversation. Mel, did you want to conclude?
I do. I want to just say a couple of points. First of all, Tom, thank you very much. That one of the reasons for bringing Tom before the board and the community this evening is to expose him to groups in the community. I've already seen some things in the chat, so I think it's been great, and I'm sure people will be reaching out to Tom now that they've been able to put a name and a face. Two other things. Tom mentioned the Collins Center report. Collins Center report was, I think, a very good analysis of where our sustainability resources are and where they need to be. I just want to refresh that and say that that's something we're very focused on and want to make other changes to that. I mean, first of all, you see all the things that Tom is involved in. He's just one person, and the Collins Center report does advocate for us to build out this division in this capacity, and that's certainly, I think, something that we're going to have to do. And number two, I just think that the Collins Center report on the inputs from our community are essential. We have a select board has created a community, a climate action committee, but there are so many other entities that are wanting to make a difference. And so we have to figure out the best mechanism to do that. And I just want to raise that. That's something we are working on and thinking about it. We'll talk directly to members of the Climate Action Committee as well as others. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you for appearing before us. We do need to move on.
Thank you. Do you need me to stick around for the geothermal or not?
If you want to, but it's going to be late.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the warning, Heather.
Yeah. Raul, would you like to handle the next agenda item?
Sure thing, glad to. And this is an update on the Indigenous Peoples Day celebration in Brookline. If we could promote Raquel Halsey, that would be great. And so Raquel, who'll be joining us in a second, is the chair of the Indigenous Peoples Day Celebration Committee, as well as the executive director of the North American Indian Center of Boston. And so, and here she comes. Let's let Raquel get on camera, or just unmute. It's up to you, Raquel.
I'll go ahead and unmute. Is my sound okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
Wonderful. Thank you everyone for letting me have this update. We have been working with the Indigenous Peoples Day Celebration Committee and the Boston Athletics Association to make sure that we're honoring this day as a town in a good way and in good partnership. As of today, today's meeting, our celebration is going to be Monday, October 9th from 1 to 3. That the time could be pushed back just a little bit.
And Raquel, you mean Saturday, October 9th. Sorry. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Yep.
I'm looking at an old version of my notes. Thank you for that. So October 9th from 1 to 3 at the Ridley School. We are going to have a number of Indigenous vendors, both inside and outside. We are going to hold story time for children. There are members of the Brookline committee and their families who are going to be sharing those stories and providing resources of all types of literature for different ages. And the food will be provided by an Indigenous-owned restaurant out of Somerville. It is Manoa Poke Shop, and they provided the food last year. And in the work that the BAA is doing with us and with other Indigenous peoples celebration committees, the BAA will be uplifting our events with their community, as well as any other Indigenous Peoples Day celebrations that are going on along the route, and I believe throughout Massachusetts. I think they're trying really hard to make sure that they are supporting the community on that day.
Any questions?
No, this is very useful to have right before we talk to the BAA. So I really appreciate you making an appearance and informing us of what the activities are planned.
Yeah. I'll just say Raquel was one of the folks that met with me and Jack Fleming, who we'll hear from in a second, from the Boston Athletic Association. We had an extensive Zoom meeting where we sort of talked about the scheduling of the Marathon on Indigenous Peoples Day, the impact of that, and Raquel was really helpful. Frankly, she's been helpful here in Brookline, but as a leader in the Native community that extends well beyond Brookline, I think has been helpful in helping the BAA understand the controversy here and work through it. So I just wanted to just publicly thank her for all her work on this.
Oh, thank you so much. And I do want to update the time. It's 2 to 4. Sorry about that.
All right, Saturday, October 9th, 2 to 4 p.m. at the Florida Ruffin Ridley School. Got it?
John has his hand up.
Yeah, just wanted to quickly say, I think this is an exciting plan for what's going to be a very enjoyable day. And I think people need to recognize there's a lot of demands on Raquel's time. I became aware of that when, one of the first things I got interested in after I got elected in 2020 was just, checking in on what the celebrations committee was up to, because I was thinking to myself, how on earth are we going to do this? Or how's Brookline going to do this during COVID? But the committee has been tireless, and Raquel has been an essential part of that. And so I just want to add my thank you to Raquel while I had the chance.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
So with that, maybe we slide into the BAA discussion. I see Jack Fleming and a few others. If you just want to introduce yourself, and then I guess give us an update so that we can vote.
Sure. Thank you very much. This is Jack Fleming. We have, I'm the COO, Tom Grilk, President and CEO, and is Stuart Wall here as well? I will not delay if Stuart is not, there you are, Stuart. Stuart was present at your last meeting, so I will ask Stuart to start off and then I will pick it up.
Great, thank you. Good to see you, Stuart.
Good to see everyone. Good evening, Chair Hamilton and members of the Select Board. Jack covered the introduction, so thank you, Jack, for that. But on July 27th at the last Select Board meeting, the BA appeared to request that the town of Brookline issue a special use permit to conduct the 125th Boston Marathon on Monday, October 11th, 2021. At that time, there were some questions about Indigenous Peoples Day. And so if acceptable to the board, I'd ask that Jack Fleming speak again to share some information with the town and respond to those questions in particular.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us back tonight. Over the last month, we have continued our meetings with Indigenous people and groups. And special thanks to Dr. Fernandez for your questions and the follow-up we had with Raquel Housley, chair of your Indigenous Peoples Day Committee. In selecting the fall date for the Boston Marathon, we in no way wanted to take away from Indigenous Peoples Day or the celebrations which honor Indigenous people in the Native American community. So in meeting with representatives of the federal and state recognized tribes, we recognize that there are immediate steps we could take. And we continue meeting with these groups as we plan for October. Prior to the start of the Boston Marathon, a land acknowledgement will take place. We're supporting an Indigenous peoples event in Newton, which was defined, and we had been working on that for quite a while. We'll celebrate Indigenous runners from our past. We've had champions, we've had top contenders and top finishers in race history through campaigns, features, in our programming. This year, it would be our 125th Boston Marathon, quite a milestone. And we will be celebrating and honoring Indigenous people who are running in this year's race. The BA will continue to work with Indigenous runners and organizations to strengthen youth and families through running. As just one example, we have an ongoing relationship with an organization by the name of Wings of America based out in Santa Fe. And we are strengthening our commitment to that group as well. They develop runners, send them to Boston. Again, just one example. We're committed to continuing to work with Indigenous people now and into the future. Though an October Boston Marathon may be a singular event, we are proud to see the fundraising that is going on right now. In particular, just wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate Team Brookline, which is doing a great job with its fundraising already at $127,000 for local nonprofits. And your team, Brookline, has raised more than $1 million through the entries that we provide since 2017. So thank you for additionally all of your annual support to us in our planning, your agencies, your departments, and we our town contribution that we make seeks to acknowledge and support that thanks. In the meantime, we will continue to work with leaders of the federally recognized tribes and state recognized tribes. Even earlier today, I was working on that on the land acknowledgement aspect of it. So that it's an ongoing work. Thank you very much. Available to answer questions here as well.
Miriam.
So first, I want to say thank you for listening, for understanding that this is a learning opportunity for all of us. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate what's coming, down the pike. And so I want to just say that's really important. We're all learning all the time. And so it's great to see us doing it together. The second is just a logistic question. So will next year's marathon be back on Patriots Day?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
John, and then Bernard.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack. And thank you, Stuart, also for being here. And Tom. Devin, there was a photograph that I was hoping you might put up on the screen for folks, and maybe you could do that right now, and then I'll say a word or two about it. So there you go. And as the caption says, this is Ellison Brown. The nickname Tarzan was something he took on himself. But Ellison Brown winning the 1939 Boston Marathon. And to echo Miriam's words, a learning experience. I have been delighted to learn about this story and the story, some other stories as well. But this particular story, Ellison was Indigenous, Narragansett, Ashaway tribe from Rhode Island. And he was, some people say he's right up there with John A. Kelly, which is kind of a legendary name when it comes to early runnings of the Boston Marathon in terms of his accomplishments. He won in 36. He won again in this photograph. He's winning in 1939. Many, many stories about him, and he's not alone in terms of being part of a history of Indigenous runners who were very, very prominent and successful in marathons past. I didn't know about the Wings program, so there's something else I learned as a result of this year's experience. And all of this is good. The more people learn from this experience, the better. And I think that the BAA has done exactly as I expected they would do, because I know somewhat. I don't claim to be an expert on the subject, but I'm kind of familiar, as most Boston area people are, with the history of the marathon and the history of the organization behind it. And the way that they handled this, the honorable way that they handled this, is very consistent with their history. And I never doubted that they would do justice to the questions that were raised. So thank you very much for what you have done in response to the questions that were raised. And thank you for giving an opportunity to Team Brookline. And boy, was I excited when I heard you mention the successful fundraising that they have done again this year. I think they were actually tops in their category the last time they did fundraising as part of the marathon. They contribute in ways that people maybe aren't always aware of and need to be reminded of. Runners who raise the money, and then the money goes to various nonprofits in Brookline. And it really is a terrific community building event. So go Team Brookline, go BAA, and thank you for what you've done to respond this year.
Thank you, sir. By the way, that image that you just put up on the screen, if anybody happens to be in our neighborhood down by Copley Square, we have that larger than life mural as part of our entranceway down to the floor of our leased office space. The building wanted to feature that as well, so it's been featured so everybody sees that with a nice plaque that describes the moment that you were referring to for the last number of years since we've been in this office space.
Great.
Great. Any other discussion before I move the approval language? Raul.
I thought Bernard had his hand up, but if not, then I'll go. But.
No, I was going to ask about other running programs, but let's just vote. I don't think that it would add much to the discussion.
Raul, did you want to make a comment before I move the language?
I do, yeah. I just think I just want to say thank you also. First of all, thank you to Stuart, who was with us last time and I think was commendable in the way that he responded with what he knew and didn't get ahead of his skis and respond on anything he didn't know. Brought in Jack. Great conversations with Jack. Really appreciate that. What I said earlier in our we had a meeting of the Indigenous Peoples Day celebration committee is that it's not that Jack talks to folks like me. It's that Jack took the time to talk to people in Native and Indigenous communities and understand their perspective, right? And that was the most important thing that I think happened over the last month. When we think about moments like this, I think it's important, the first thing is acknowledgement. And you see that right at the beginning of the BAA statement on this is acknowledgement. And we can't move forward until there's acknowledgement and understanding of harms that have been done, right? And we have to normalize. We all, by the way, as individuals and institutions have to normalize, we missed that, we were wrong, we messed up, we could have done better, we can and should do better in the future. Right, we have to normalize that. This isn't. I think some people think of this as some kind of either a gotcha moment or opportunity to try to embarrass, organizations like the BAA, which I think, obviously it's not. It's about that acknowledgement, and I think it's so powerful, and it's a good lesson that we all can learn from. The second piece is to work to repair harm, and I think the BAA has done that. Is to work to repair harm. And in the case of Newton, which actually had its permit pulled because the marathon was going to be going through the location where the Indigenous Peoples Day Committee had their event planned. There's been some reparations to repair harm there in Newton. That wasn't necessary here in Brookline. And so at no point in our conversations did I or Raquel ask for any financial compensation or anything like that. It would have been appropriate for us to do so. And so that's why you don't see any of that that appears here, but I think it was appropriate in the case of Newton. So I appreciate y'all doing that for them. The third thing I think is systemic fixes. And that's one area that I'd like to push a little bit more on. And Jack knows this is what many folks that you've talked to have asked for is to have a Native person or people involved in the governing board, brought onto the governing board or in the leadership of the organization. I'm hoping you and Tom can speak to that. Obviously doing so would require a board vote. But certainly I'd like to hear whether or not, Tom, maybe whether or not that's something that you would plan to recommend to the board that they actually vote on. And I think that, so acknowledgement, reparations, systemic fixes, and then progress. And I think those are the steps necessary for us to move forward. So I just want to hear also just an opportunity to hear from Tom on anything you'd like to share, but on that one request in particular.
Thank you.
Do we-
Wait a minute. We're normalizing audio. All right. I hope that's okay. Jack. All right. First of all, I echo what Jack and Stuart said about our thanks for the time and attention and learning we have received and enjoyed from, with, and along with all of you. And that will continue. With respect to governance representation, we have processes, as all organizations do, for that. In our case, there are members of the BAA who in turn vote for members of the Board of Governors. And you can be certain that as we proceed with those processes, the representation of diverse people representing various groups is and will be very much in the front of our minds. But focusing on representatives of Indigenous groups, yes, indeed, we surely will give attention to that, no less carefully than what Jack has described and done already, and as we will do between now and the 11th of October.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I treat this as a conversation amongst friends. As I've said before, the Boston Marathon is my favorite day of the year in Boston. I purposefully generally don't travel during that weekend, so even though it's a long weekend, so that I can be here for the marathon. And while my fiance and I are getting married that weekend here in Boston, we plan on actually being at the marathon before we take off for a few days. So you'll see me out there over by mile 21. So check us out. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you to Raul for facilitating those conversations. So I will at this time move approval of the permit. Let me just make sure. Yes, move approval for the permit for the Boston Marathon to operate within the town of Brookline. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
We thank you and we remain in your debt.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along, a conversation on broadband. So we are about 40 minutes behind schedule. So I know that we were trying to allocate about 10 minutes for this agenda item, but I would be very appreciative if you can keep it under 10 minutes.
Okay, we'll do our best. We might have some unplanned guests given the timing, but we'll try to avoid that as well. So Matt, you're going to share the slides, right? Okay. So good evening, select board members, town staff, members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you tonight. I'm Shira Fisher, a town meeting member from Precinct 11 and a longtime Brookline resident. I'm also a BHS alum. And I'm here with my colleague, Matt Wild, representing a committee who is here before you today because of our desire to help improve Brookline. We have put together this committee and come up with a plan to consider improving broadband in Brookline and making it available more widely and at a better price. This is our committee made up of interested members of the community, an unofficial committee that we've gathered together, a broad cross-section, including town meeting members, those involved in BIG, and community members, all hoping to improve internet for the whole town.
Or if not, I'll get more.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay, and I'll hand it over to Matt.
Hey, so you may have noticed that folks are doing a lot more video conferencing these days, but our internet hasn't really kept up with the demand. And there's a bunch of technical reasons for this, but it involves a bunch of infrastructure investment, and we're all tired of monopolies holding Brookline back. Internet is as fundamental to modern life as electricity, and it's important that we treat it with that level of input. So we reached out, and basically everybody we talked to was feeling this pain. The affordability programs are hard to sign up for. Members of the business community have moved more of their time online and are having trouble finding internet that meets their needs. Educational opportunities are moving online. My wife and I are having our first kid, and we took the labor and delivery course online, and it was amazing to have a couch, I will tell you. And then the town is being requested to provide more and more of its services online. And that's unlikely to change even as we move back to normal. And so if we take a look around, a bunch of cities near us have found that they can invest in high quality, affordable broadband that better serves the needs of their constituents. So if we think about what that future might look like, we heard a whole bunch of goals from the community. Top of mind was, of course, to increase availability and affordability and accessibility. But also, we heard that there could be economic, cultural, and social benefits to this. We could improve business retention and recruitment here in Brookline. We could bridge the digital divide, and especially as more things move online, we can make them more accessible to more people. We can continue to support public community media initiatives that are so important to everyone. And finally, we can determine internet policy in the public interest, which appealed to a lot of folks. And now is a particularly good time to think about this, both as demand continues to increase and will be unlikely to abate, but also the federal government is investing a lot in broadband more generally. So the ARPA language is broadly permissive of investment in broadband. And then the recent Senate bipartisan infrastructure framework allocates $65 billion towards broadband, $45 billion of which is granted to the states with similarly broad language. And finally, we've heard from the community through Warrant Article 40 that they would like us to study broadband. And so we have the whole process here. Today, we'd like to focus on the first step, which is to perform a market and feasibility study. So as we talked with towns around us, it turned out that every town is different. And we need to look deeply and understand what factors will make a broadband project successful here for us. And then bring that plan to the community through a warrant article to make sure we have broad support. And then finally build out the network that will allow us to own our own internet destiny. The market feasibility study is two big components. A market study demonstrates and measures the demand for better internet here in Brookline and makes sure that the network we build can actually serve our needs. And then the feasibility study translates that market demand into the actual technical blueprint to build what we need here in town. Both of them are conducted in service of the goals that we outlined a couple slides ago. Back to you, Chair.
So we're really excited about the potential to move this project forward. Our plan is to get feedback from the community, from various committees, and we've listed here some important councils, commissions, and agencies within the community that we'd like to hear from. What we'd like to ask from you, the select board, is to provide feedback on our draft request for proposals and then budget and direct procurement to issue the full RFP so that we can move this plan forward. We think this is going to be really good for so many constituents. It's going to be great for attracting business. People will want to be in Brookline, where there will be fast, cheap, reliable internet. Large-scale development, as well as startups and small businesses, will love it. It will be good for town economics and drive transit to Brookline. It will also be great for WeWork type places and those who work at home, improving sustainability. It will also help with economic equity and racial justice. As Matt alluded to, there are some government programs to subsidize internet service, but it's hard for individuals to access those programs. This will help everyone, including those struggling to get internet now. Additionally, once it's set up, this will provide income to the town, a steady stream of income. Instead of going to Comcast or RCN, will come to the town to provide better services to everyone. And the internet quality will be as good as the town is interested in providing. Unlike companies looking to make it cheap and raising prices after 12 months, the town will be interested in providing good internet to its schools, government offices, and residents. Next slide, please. So we think this is a great plan that's based on best practices in other towns, and the time is right for this opportunity. Thank you for listening to our ideas, and we're happy to take questions.
Great, thank you very much for this presentation, and you did keep it well under 10 minutes, so thank you very much. Any questions from select board members? Bernard.
Yeah, is the RFP for the feasibility study? And I guess I'd like to get some sense of how you think this would work in terms of the infrastructure needed to create a system. I mean, you know, do we just latch on to RCN and Comcast lines, or are you suggesting something else? And you know, what's the cost of all that? I mean, it seems to be you know, a big issue. So,
Matt, do you want to take that?
Sure. So the market and feasibility study, we heard from other folks, you want to make sure that they're both done by the same company so they don't disagree about things. But the goal is both measure what we need and then also to define a set of plans that they would then recommend one of. Cambridge went through a process recently that's somewhat similar. You're right that like a full fat plan looks a lot like, I don't know, building a new school, like it's a significant investment. And then at the end of that, like the town ends up owning and operating the full ISP for the town. There are much smaller options as well. It really depends on what people feel is best for the town of Brookline.
And that's why we see the RFP as being really important, this first study piece of it, because they could tell us what are the options. Do you do part first? Do you do all? Do you latch onto existing infrastructure? Do you build a new infrastructure? Does the town provide the maintenance, or does somebody else do the maintenance? So there are a bunch of different options that we need to assess what the costs would be and then make some decisions about moving forward. But until we do this first step of assessing what are the needs, how many people are using internet in Brookline, what kind of speeds would we have, what infrastructure is already in place, that will start to allow us to start the planning process.
John.
Did Cambridge decide to go ahead with municipal broadband?
They're redoing their feasibility study because they did them separately, and they didn't all agree on goals, and there was a lot we could learn from their process, I guess.
That's good to know. By the way, thank you both for this presentation. Could you just, to help me better understand this, what would be the community nearest to Brookline that does have municipal broadband?
I think it's Concord, right, Sharon?
I'm not sure. We know that Northampton has it, but I don't know specifically what, I don't have the list.
Yeah, sorry. There's an awesome map. I can send you a resource later where you can look up all of them.
Great, great. I'd appreciate that. Thanks.
So it's already in certain places in Massachusetts. Okay, Raul.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'll just say I'm intrigued and interested in hearing more, and in particular to know to better understand whether or not we can start with smaller pilot projects and then build from there. And I'm sure that would all be part of the feasibility. Yeah, so interested in continuing this conversation. Thank you.
And that's good feedback that we could put in the RFP. We could ask the consultant to put together different size plans and ask what the stages could be if we wanted to do it in a stepwise manner. There's also been suggestions in terms of sort of regional areas. Are there the most dense areas that we would start with, and then we could expand more broadly because of the way Brookline's set up. So there's a lot of possibilities like that.
Great, thank you.
Miriam.
Thanks. So first, I'm going to apologize. I had to step away for a few minutes. For those of you who know, school starts tomorrow, and we had a notebook emergency. So packing our bags. So I hope this wasn't addressed, and if it is, I apologize. But some of the ARPA funding is earmarked for broadband. And whereas I love the idea of an RFP, I love everything I'm hearing. I'm just also thinking about how we leverage that bucket for ARPA funding, how we don't miss the alignment for timing. So I just I'm assuming you're shaking your head, so I'm assuming you've discussed this. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on
that. So we don't foresee the RFP being a very large amount of money based on how other towns have done it, but it certainly is something that would be ready to go for ARPA funding to start now. But obviously ARPA funding is not sustainable. It's not a long-term stream. It's something to increase infrastructure for the long term. So that's why we think this is actually a very good fit in terms of specifically COVID needs, specifically right now, infrastructure, underserved, and something that we could do, and we're basically ready to do it.
Excellent. That was actually going to be one of my two questions. I know that this is related to a use under ARPA. And so I think that the time is good for us to be tackling this issue. And I just want to point out, we don't balk at the idea of streets being public. And that is one of the major services that government provides to everyone and every business, is that we take care of the roads. And broadband is basically, the next logical leap. COVID, I think, has expedited that we are now all very reliant on this is the way that we now connect primarily. So I'm pleased to see this. I hope that we can make it happen. Hopefully there will be federal stimulus dollars that we can take advantage of to at least collect some information to make some decisions. Great. Thank you
so much for the
very
opportunity.
Thank you.
Great. So now we're moving into our licensing portion of the select board meeting, and I will try to be very efficient with this. So the first one on our docket is a lodging house transfer and new agent for the Sewell Inn.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, it's Stephanie Boudreau. I don't know. Oh, here, start video. Okay, here we go. Hi.
Hi.
Nice to see you all. Good evening, Select Board. My name is Stephanie Boudreau. I'm here for 92 Sewell LLC. My clients here are Michael Sellers, and I'm not sure if Stan is on the line as well, but they are managing and operating this new organization. The application is for a transfer of the lodging house license of 92 Sewell LLC, which was the Bertram Inn. The applicant is seeking a transfer of the license. They've recently acquired the property a week or so ago and are planning to operate the building as a lodging house as opposed to an inn. It is currently predominantly tenanted by medical people in the medical field in that area, and it serves a need in the community. And the agent who is here with us tonight, who's going to be is the current agent of the lodging house, is Michael Sellers. He has gone through the training by the Board of Health and is prepared to answer any questions the board might have.
Right, so this is a transfer from the Bertram Inn and not the Sewell Inn?
That's right. It's 92 Sewell.
Okay, great. Any questions for Michael or Stephanie? This seems pretty standard. It's a lodging house continuing operating as a lodging house.
That's exactly right.
Great. Okay, seeing no questions, this is a public hearing. Anyone from the public, Devin?
At this time, there are 32 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, so I will close the public hearing. And if there's no further discussion, I will move the language. I move approval of the application for a new lodging house agent, Mr. Michael Sellers with Sewell Holding LLC at 92 Sewell Avenue. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael.
Are you
Yes.
representing the next? Okay.
I am. Thank you, Select Board, again, Stephanie Boudreau. We're here for the applicant Brookline Food and Beverage LLC, which is the operator of the Hilton Garden Inn at 700 Brookline Ave. The prior LLC manager of the operator was Elias Patuchis, and he retired. So we're seeking to replace and update the LLC managers to Patrick Carney and Francis Xavier Lynch. As the new LLC managers, they'll be responsible for the operations of the license holder and will oversee the management of the hotel. I don't think either of them were able to make it this evening, so if you have any questions, I'm sure I can field them.
Any questions? This feels a little routine as well. I don't know if this is a public hearing, Devin?
It is not.
Okay. So not seeing any questions, I can move the language. I move approval of the application of change of LLC manager from Elias to Patrick Carney Jr. and Francis Xavier Jude Lynch for Brookline Food and Beverage LLC, doing business as Hilton Garden Inn, Boston, Brookline at 700 Brookline Avenue. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Thank you very much, Select Board. Have a good evening.
Thank you, you too. Okay, change of manager of record for Cousins Corporation. Who do we have? Anyone representing Cousins Corporation?
Ahmet, you're
or Ahmet?
muted.
Yes. Ahmet, you need to unmute yourself, please.
I apologize again. I've been on for an hour, and the second I stepped away, you called. It's classic.
I believe they call that Murphy's Law.
Something like that, yeah. So I'm Jacob Walters. I represent Cousins Restaurant Corporation. What we're here for essentially is a change of manager. Durson Erdem had been the manager, or still is the manager, and he's seeking to step aside. The co-owner and one of the founders of the restaurant, Ahmet Osefaroglu, would like to be the manager. He has been, as I mentioned, working full-time in the business since 2003 when they started. The reason he wasn't manager previously, quite honestly, is that he's only been a citizen for about a year. But now that he is a citizen and Durson would like to step aside, Ahmet would like to be named as manager. I would point out to you that, as I mentioned, he's been full-time at the restaurant since they first opened. He is tip certified. He is running the restaurant in every aspect, overseeing employees, etc. And so I hope this is a formality, but what he's seeking to do is simply be the new manager and continue on as before. I don't see any real changes to anything in terms of his ownership. He's kind of been a de facto manager all along, and we would just really formalize that officially.
Great.
And he is with me tonight if there's any questions. Otherwise, I perhaps can address them if there are questions.
Any questions? This seems pretty routine.
No.
Okay.
Other than to congratulate Mr. Acevedo for becoming a U.S. citizen. Welcome. And thank you for your contributions.
Great. I will move the language then. I move approval of the application of a change of manager from Durson Erdem to Ahmet, oh boy, I'm going to get this wrong.
Osefaroglu.
Osefaroglu for Cousins Restaurant Corp. Doing business as Anatolian Buffet and Kebab at 305 Washington Street. Been there, eaten, very good food. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well.
Okay, moving along, another change of manager of record, this time for the country club. Who?
Hi, Heather. I'm here. Kristen, look out.
Great. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
The floor is yours if you want to talk about who you're recommending.
Okay, I'm recommending myself, I suppose. I have no representation tonight, but after succeeding David Shagg, 33 years, liquor license has been in his name at the country club, and I'm the new GM, so I inherit that responsibility, and I'm happy to do so if you all approve.
Great. Any questions for Kristen? Seeing none, I can move this language. I move approval of the application of a change of manager from David B. Chang to Kristen B. LeCount for the country club, doing business as the country club at 191 Clyde Street. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll have a great evening, and we'll go get ready for the first day of school. Thank you, Mel and Devin. Take care.
Okay, now we are into board interviews. Tree planting committee is first, and I believe we are interviewing Pamela Templer. Great. Hello.
Hello.
If you want to take about 90 seconds to introduce yourself, and then I will open it up to questions by the board members.
Great. Thank you so much for having me here this evening. I'm excited to be interviewed for this position on the tree planting committee. I'm a professor at Boston University. I'm in the Department of Biology. And in my research group, students and I study how climate change, air pollution, and cities affect the functioning of our trees. And we look most closely at how trees can be used as filters to both clean our air, so removing pollutants that we breathe, as well as removing pollutants from water that we might drink. And we also look at how trees can help us shield us from extreme heat waves, and also how they take up carbon, which can help to mitigate future climate change. And so I'm very passionate about the green space here in Brookline and our trees, and would love to help contribute to both maintaining the tree cover we have and increasing tree cover in the future. And I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Great. Raul.
Sure. Thanks for applying for this. This is terrific, and go be you. I will say we had this report recently come out on the tree canopy. You get a chance to check that out? Okay.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, after reading that report, what are some of your key takeaways and areas where you think we should be focusing as far as new trees go?
Great question. I think the tree canopy in Brookline is something to be very proud of, but clearly we have some inequities. So looking at things like North Brookline, where we have clearly much less tree cover than South Brookline, I think we could do more to both plant trees. There's also some threats to our trees, whether they're introduced pests or gas leaks, other things like that. So the Brookline Urban Forest Climate Resilience Master Plan is actually something that really attracted me to this committee, because if I could contribute to maintaining our tree cover and increasing it, I would love to. So I think that the plan is excellent. I thought it was very well written and really timely and well based on a lot of evidence for the area.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions for Pamela? How did you hear about the tree planting committee?
Oh, great question. So I've worked a bit with Mothers Out Front, and they've told me about the tree planting committee, and then Hugh and Liz reached out to me, and we talked a few times, and the more I learned about the committee, the more excited I got about the work that they're doing and how they work with you as a select board as well.
Excellent. Any other questions? Thank you very much for your interest. We actually will be appointing tonight, which is very unusual.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Great. Okay, Teresa Mooney is going to be applying for Parks and Recreation Commission.
Hi. Did you call on me? When I was switching over to panelist, it froze for a minute. But hi, thank you so much for having me.
If you want to describe yourself and your interest in about a minute and a half, and then I'll open it up to questions by select board members.
Sure, thank you. Hi, my name is Teresa Mooney. I'm applying for the Parks and Recreation Board. My family and I live here in the Coolidge Corner area, and I am the parent of 3 children under the age of 5. So you can imagine how noisy things were about an hour ago when you all were voting on other things. We are frequent visitors of the Brookline Parks and users of Brookline Parks and Recreation programs. Outside of my role as a parent, I work full-time for an educational equity organization, and I've built my career on promoting equity. So it's been really nice to hear a lot about on that topic tonight. So thank you, select board members, for your leadership there. I worked as a public school teacher in a couple of large school networks around the country, and I currently work as a director at an organization that encourages educators and equity leaders to become involved in organizing and elected leadership positions in their home communities. So as a result of that work, I have been inspired to pursue a board position myself, and so over the past few months and year, I've really familiarized myself with the Brookline city government and your processes. And when it came to selecting which one was most interesting to me, Parks and Recreation seemed like a natural fit. I go to a park pretty much every day. My family and I have visited every splash pad in the community over this summer. My dog is also a member of the parks. So It is a great privilege to be part of this community and attend the parks. It's one of the best parts of living here. My family and I plan to be here for many years to come. My husband works as an attending at Brigham and Women's, and so we plan to set roots here and send our kids to the public school when they're old enough. But at the same time, I have experienced some frustrations with the parks, particularly the ice skating over the last winter and attempting to swim in the Evelyn Kirain swimming pool over the past year since COVID started. So I'm just interested in bettering the process, and I welcome any questions you have for me.
Great. That was a lot to pick apart. So who wants to go first? So what was your experience with the swimming pool? And then I'll call on Bernard.
That was my question.
Yeah. Well, I'll just share. So we visited the pool quite a bit before COVID. It was a regular place. We went on the weekends. My husband and I are both working professionals, and our kids go to daycare all day. And so the only time that we have to swim is actually on the weekends or after school, 5 to 7 or so. And the pool has actually not been open during those times throughout the COVID. And I understand why. It's probably staffing issues and safety protocols. But as a result, in order to go swimming, we have to drive a half hour to Framingham to get into an indoor pool. So that's been frustrating. And I guess I would really push to increase the hours if that came up for discussion. Just so that more families can enjoy it like my family used to. Thank you. Bernard.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on the proposal for an outdoor pool here in Brookline? I mean, well, just what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I would need to evaluate a lot of things there, the budget and the spacing, and I think I don't have a lot of the background knowledge that I'm sure you all do, but just in hearing it, it does sound like something I would support. We do go to the Boston public pools and visit those, and those have been really nice part of living here. And as a former swimmer myself and hoping to get my kids on swim teams someday, I would really value that opportunity in the summertime.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for your interest. We will be making a decision soon. We've interviewed a lot of people for this particular commission. So stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, moving into select board sponsored warrant articles. Let's see. Mel, do you want to speak?
I think is Melissa here? Are you intending to moderate this discussion? Melissa, I do want to talk about some articles, but Melissa, are you prepared to do that?
Yes. Hold on a minute. Good evening. So this is an agenda item that we traditionally have before the warrant closes. So in case there are articles that a board member might be working on with their committee work that they'd like to file as the board, just to kind of make sure that the whole board is on the same page before we provide an article filed by the board. And this is kind of outside of the traditional articles that we would be filing, like budget amendments and collective bargaining and all the rest of that. So I am aware of a few items that have been on the board's agenda that are works in progress that we've been working on with other groups that will be likely sponsored by the board. So Mel can discuss the civil service revocation article. I'd like to talk a little bit about the licensing delegation article. Recently, there's been a group that's been working on gun sales, and so there's a proposal around that. These are all in your packet as well. The hybrid town meetings is something that we've been talking about, especially given the issues with the emergency legislation. And then we have the marijuana retail licensing cap that has been a topic of conversation for the board as well. Mel, I'll just toss it to you if you want to just cover the civil service piece, and then we can kind of briefly go through the rest of them.
Certainly. Thank you, Melissa. So the civil service is revocation is something that materialized out of the police reform and reimagining process. This board, our board, directed me to evaluate the manner in which the town could revoke its participation in civil service. And I can assure you, I've been very busy working on that project. And as fortunately for the town, it's been done in several communities nearby, all town government, forms of government. That includes Norwood and Wellesley and Lexington and others. And so I've had a really lot of information, very handy information, including copies of warrant articles and motions and explanations and reports and all that. So I think that there's a great deal of information. What I'm telling you, I don't have a draft this evening. I thought I was going to have a draft of an article, but I don't. What I am working on is a authorization for a home rule petition. So in civil service, like a lot of state laws that one adopts, you can get out the same way you went in, but frankly, this town went in 1894 or something like that. And, at that time, the town was did not have a representative form of town meeting. So, I think that there are real questions, and the easiest way is to seek authorization from the legislature. That's how most communities are doing it. And I would also say that I am recommending that we do not include, or we only include police at this time and not include the fire department. I don't really believe we've had the kind of discussion that would be appropriate at this point to bring the fire in. So that's another reason why we would need special legislation. So I think it's a pretty straightforward proposal, but it does require a special act seeking to revoke. And I would also say that the town, I believe state law certainly implies, but we would intend to protect the civil service rights of incumbents until they retire from the community or resign or separate their employment. We did that when the town revoked its civil service participation for labor service employees. And many years later, there are very few left. But during that period of time when they are continue to be employed, we do allow them to retain, or this legislation would allow them to retain rights, certain civil service rights of appeal.
Great.
Okay. If we go on to the next,
a clarifying question. Is this going to make the fall town warrant?
Yes, I can get it in by Thursday.
Yes, we're not requiring the board to vote on any of this. Essentially, we just want to make sure that the board is comfortable with what we have in front of them right
now. Bernard and then John.
Yeah, I'd like to get a little more information as to why you think we should only go with police. I mean, I can think of some differences between police and fire, but it seems to me that basically our main concerns about civil service apply to the fire department, maybe not equally, but significantly like to the police department.
I think it's a good question, Bernard. I can only tell you that, all the, I believe the communities that I looked at were police only. I think it does raise some other issues with fire. You are correct that, that we're talking about employment and promotion issues, but I think it's most acutely felt in the police department. And to be perfectly honest, we haven't had any discussions about fire, I don't believe, to a great extent. And I'm worried that by inserting them at this point, it creates difficulty in being able to secure authorization.
I have some thoughts on this, but John, I wanted to see what your question is, and then maybe I'll say what my thoughts are.
First of all, I do want to thank Mel Kleckner for the work he's done on this, but I do want to also echo the concern just raised by my colleague Bernard Green. I hear you that it hasn't really been discussed at length that this is for both police and fire. But I know that from the outset, that's been the assumption I've been working on. And I never heard anyone express a reservation about including fire until just now. And I'm not comfortable with it being for police only and not police and fire for a number of reasons. I think it's just going to, instantly cause people to question, why are they doing this for only police and not for fire as well? And might actually undermine the chances of this being accepted by town meeting as a home rule petition. Furthermore, I echo what Bernard Green just said as well on this. There's a lot of reason to look at the record in the fire department of some issues that have arisen as a result of, conflicts among personnel, and those conflicts among personnel sometimes seem to relate to the nature and the culture of the fire department, much of which is very, very intimately tied into civil service. And I think that's what we're trying to get at here. We're trying to go to some traditional departments, and I know it's not going to be easy, and I apologize to those departments for any disruption it's going to cause. But we cannot take on the problem of the culture of these departments if we don't take on the problem of civil service. And that applies just as much to fire department as it does to the police department.
So I have some thoughts. And I want to acknowledge Tommy Vitolo, our state rep. Hi, thank you for joining. I talked to the chief of police in Norwood, who was, I think, the chief of police in Wellesley. So he went through this process of removing both of those communities out of civil service. And I originally thought that removing us from both civil service with police and fire at the same time made logical sense, right? Do it all at the same time, it's cleaner. We know all the reasons why we want to pull out. He talked me out of that. And there were a couple of compelling arguments that he made. First of all, the preferences that are given is residential preference and veterans preference. That may not be what we want for police, given their interactions with people and the fact that they do carry lethal force. But it's not as much of an issue when you're talking about the fire department. They are called, they are sent, they deal with that emergency, and they are different emergencies. The other compelling argument that I will also caution that there's a difference between civil service and union. So yes, we will remove ourselves out of civil service, but the culture that you're talking about is more, in my opinion, a product of union culture. The fact that almost everybody is in the same exact union, except for one or two people at the top, that ties our hands sometimes and creates a culture where people tend to not report on one another. So there's a distinction to be made between union and civil service. But I found that chief's experience to be fairly compelling regarding whether or not to lump them together. He strongly advised to take it one at a time and do police first. Raul, and then I'll give an opportunity to our state rep just in case he has other information that may be useful to this conversation.
Sure. Thanks, Heather. Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you on this, Heather. I think and with Mel as well, we really haven't had substantive conversation on this topic about the fire department. I think to say otherwise is revisionist. I mean, folks may have been thinking that in their own minds, but this board hasn't had at least not that I was here for, a lot of public conversation about the removal of the fire department from civil service. So I'd love for us to stay where we are. We have unanimous agreement that we should be moving forward on this. And for all the reasons that Mel mentioned and the new information that Heather provided, I don't see why we would change course at this late hour, 2 days before we need to get this on the warrant.
Representative Bottolo, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I would simply encourage the select board and town meeting to think very carefully before you ask, and ask for what you want. To try to change a home rule petition once it's in the legislature is absolutely fraught. And so I would encourage this board and the town meeting to be very careful to be sure that you are asking for what you want.
John.
I would like to make a suggestion as to how we might buy a little bit of time with this. Because, to anyone who says we haven't had the discussion of the fire department, let's have it. But we do need to buy some time if we're going to do that. And I would like to ask if the wording of the warrant article can simply be such that up until the time of town meeting, the proposal that we actually put before the members of town meeting is tailored to what we decide we want to do on this issue of whether to include the fire department. And then we would have several weeks left to have that discussion of including the fire department in this.
Not sure I really follow what that.
Flexible wording, so that it specifies, to consider proposals to remove current departments currently under civil service from civil service through home rule petition, and then save the specific as to whether it's police and fire or police or fire until we flesh out the warrant article, the warrant article placeholder.
I mean, these are due Tuesday.
Right. That's why I'm saying if we could not specify in the language of the warrant article proposal that's due Thursday, that this is police only, but rather make it a broad brush warrant article proposal, language in the warrant that says, to ask town meeting members to vote on whether there shall be a home rule petition impacting departments currently under civil service in Brookline that would make the change to allow departments to be taken out from under civil service.
Or use the language police or police and fire.
So maybe I'm just not following. We file language where it's ambiguous as to what we're asking.
I don't think police and fire is ambiguous.
I think what John's suggesting, Heather, is that the article, which is just a warning of the town meeting, is broad enough to encompass both of those if the town wishes to do that. But we'd have to really make sure that the town moderator would consider a vote for one of those and not both within the scope of that article.
Okay, now I think I'm because you can't add, you can only subtract from a warrant article that's filed. Got it.
And we're seeking town meeting approval. The next step is actually filing something with the legislature, which would be, the specific decision we've made. Is that correct, Tommy?
Sure. I mean, in general, if you file a warrant article that is broad, one can narrow it through amendment. And so if the select board wanted to preserve the option of doing police or fire or police and fire, then it could file a warrant article that would allow for a home rule for police and or fire, and then amend as the process goes on, so that town meeting on the floor votes the specific language of the home rule, which could be one, the other, or both, depending on where town meeting is in November. Now, of course, if you do police and or fire, and the select board decides it only wants police, town meeting might have a different opinion. And because the warrant article allows police and fire, town meeting might override or overrule your judgment. So tread carefully.
Thank you
So
for that.
it's always the
insight.
case.
Mel, what are your thoughts?
Well, a couple of things. I mean, first of all, I regret that, we're at the point so close to the warrant that have some confusion that, fire may not have been in that. I take some responsibility to that. I had those same conversations that you've been having, Heather. And, it's come pretty clear to me that, the more you put on this article, my feeling is what's going to happen is all of the discussion of this article is going to be whether we should have police or fire rather than, approve, the police. But I respect that the board makes the priorities. And if you want to have the opportunity to take both police and fire personnel from civil service, then, that's fine with me.
My sense is that we just go with police, and we just make the case as to why we're not doing fire at this time. I think it will take on a life of its own if we put in too much language. Any other thoughts, Miriam?
I feel like at this juncture, I agree with you and Raul. I would just do police.
Okay, so you got 3 votes.
Listen, Bernard, I was listening. I hadn't.
No, I know.
I really hadn't made a decision, but after listening to what everyone has said, I feel, that.
No, I wasn't doubting that.
All right. That's why I hadn't said anything up until now, because I hadn't made a decision. But, listening to all sides of the argument, and I think everyone has valid points. I think, for me, it seems to me that we don't want to bite off more than we can chew and then not get a meal at all. So, I'm inclined to keep it to just police for now.
So I just want to reiterate, Bernard.
Yeah, let me just say, as a practical consequence, we wouldn't be able to, unlikely can take fire out of civil service for many, many years. I mean, I don't think that we could do police and then anytime soon do fire, but I don't think that's a critical problem. It's just something to be aware of.
No, you're right. And I do have some qualms about that. Remember, I originally wanted to remove us from both. And it was through a conversation with a very well-respected chief currently in Norwood, who had also served as chief in Wellesley and gone through this process twice. He made some very compelling arguments. I can certainly put you in touch with him. John.
No, I think, I'm satisfied that, if we go with just police, that's not going to be the end of the world or anything. So.
John has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to the other members of the board for allowing this discussion to continue. Just one more comment. I guess I have to say, I would like, as a courtesy to myself and to Bernard, for the vote at this time to be for the flexible wording, because we're not saying that that's the final word on the subject. But I ask you to consider, this reminds me a little bit of the very interesting dilemma that we got into with short-term rentals. And I'll never forget the moment that somebody stood up at town meeting and said, is the implication of not passing this article that we have said no to short-term rentals in Brookline? And all of a sudden, people saw the article completely differently. if we take this vote tonight, or if we take it prior to town meeting, to limit the proposal in its final form to just police, I think everyone's going to take that as an indication that we think fire department should be under civil service. Because we faced the question and we chose to make the proposal for the legislature to consider police department only. And I think it'll be taken as an indication that we think the fire department should be under civil service. And that's the opposite of the message that I wish to convey. And if we could at least have the discussion and give it the time that we have not given it so far, prior to town meeting, I would appreciate it. But we're only going to have that time to have that discussion if we have flexible language in what we vote on to put into the warrant article in its first, everybody knows that the first iteration of the warrant article is not necessarily what is presented for a vote up or down at town meeting. And that's all I'm asking, is this be our first iteration and it be flexible.
We can't add fire, we can take it out.
I realize that, and I hear what you're asking. I don't really want to do that. Okay, so we have some time. The deadline actually for filing is next Thursday at noon.
It's this
Thursday.
Oh, it's this Thursday. Okay, so we don't.
I've stated my position. Why don't we just vote and I know which way the wind's blowing. Don't have to be a weatherman for that. Let's just move forward. I mean, I accept what John says. I mean, I think he's right. And the best approach would be to allow us to remove fire as opposed to not being allowed to add fire. But I just want to move forward.
Raul, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I'll just say, I'm not necessarily opposed to taking fire out of civil service. I just, my position is we just haven't had that conversation, certainly not as substantively as we have around policing. We had two committees. Frankly, John, we've been talking about removing police from civil service since before you joined the board. I mean, this has been an ongoing conversation for quite some time. And in my view, over the last 2 years, I've been on the board, 2.5 years, we have not had a substantive conversation about fire. I don't think it's just about also us having a conversation. We need a lot more information before we make that decision, at least before I'm comfortable making that decision. And I don't feel like turning on the 2-minute warning between now and when we have to, have a solid position on this before this fall town meeting. I just don't. I also reject the notion that we cannot at some future date come back and say, well, we did this with police. Here's what we've learned from it. Now let's move forward at some future date, not too far into the future, but now we'd like to, legislature do something similar with fire, understanding based on what we've learned from removing ourselves with police. I just think it's just a more sensible approach, and I just don't feel that urgency to spend the next, I don't know, X number of meetings between now and November trying to figure that out. Sorry.
John.
I'm really going to wear out the patience of this board. I apologize. I hope this will not be taken as ego on my part. I just want to note for the record that we're having this discussion because I, in a meeting a few months ago, sort of took the liberty of saying, why do we keep talking about this? Why don't we bring a proposal to town meeting to do something about it? And I know I was very clear in my own mind. We were talking about civil service departments, period, both of them. And Mel, to his credit, took me up on it. And I think, as you heard him say tonight, it wasn't until just recent days that he started to have reservations about fire department being part of this. So he proceeded on that assumption. And, Bernard and I have not had a chance to make the case for why we think fire should be part of this. And that's why I'm asking as a courtesy that we at least be given the time to make the case.
And one other way is to have 2 warrant articles, one for police, one for fire. And then, have the discussion or thinking, have the discussion about it, and up or down at town meeting.
I'm wondering if Tommy just wants to weigh in on that, as to whether that would diminish in any sense the chances of either.
Meaning if there's 2 separate home rule petitions, one for police, one for fire, rather than one for both police and fire? My instinct is it doesn't matter. I can't say that with certainty, but both obviously go to the same committee, the Joint Committee on Public Service, and both require separate conversations and separate analysis. And so I don't think that the legislature gives a hoot if Brookline Town Meeting decides to call for the removal of both police and fire from civil service in one warrant article or 2 in one home rule petition or 2. I don't think the legislature is going to be hung up on that at all.
That's good to hear. I like Bernard's later.
Okay. And let me just ask a question. We have a 2-step process here. First of all, town meeting approval of either one or the other, and then going to the legislature with home rule petition. So once town meeting makes this decision, we have what we're going to take to the legislature. I guess that sounds like we're sort of putting the 2 together when they're really, it's a 2-step process. And once town meeting decides, then we know what we have to take to the legislature. Am I missing something now?
I don't know what to do here. I feel very strongly that we should not do fire at this time. And the best I can say is I want to be deferential, and I think it is a failure on my part that I did not follow up with you, John, to make it clear that it was only going to be police and not fire. So I don't really know what to do here. I mean, in the short term, I'd love to honor your request, but the town meeting process will get out of control, and I really don't want to put us in that position. Miriam.
Heather, I think you should just take the vote at this point.
Okay.
Everyone said their piece. We're not going to agree. That's fine. That happens a lot. You're not alone in how you feel. And that's why I just think at this point, we should just take the vote.
So why don't you first have John's proposed vote, and assuming that goes down, you have the other vote. If it doesn't go down, we don't.
Well, or we could, well, okay. I'm not sure exactly how we could do this. We could take a vote on submitting a warrant article dealing with police, and we could take a vote on submitting a warrant article dealing with fire.
But that puts you and I in the position of having to vote against the police in order to get to the fire and police.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't we first consider police and fire? And then if that does not go through, then it will just be police. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the motion is to file a warrant article removing us from both police and fire civil service. Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
No.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
No.
And the chair votes no. So just police. Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you, and I do apologize that this was not communicated well.
I'm here. Sorry.
The next article, Melissa.
Sure. Next article is on liquor licenses, trying to delegate the authority to another entity. We had talked previously at the board meeting about whether or not we'd be filing one article or two articles. First step is home rule petition. Second step is to craft the mechanism that would be providing the license authority. And I think that ultimately that piece is not ready yet. I know Chair Hamilton has had conversations with the Committee on Town Organization and Structure. So the only thing that I'm looking for some more direction on this evening is, and I've talked to Heather a little bit about this as well. We've got two versions of the same article to be filed, and the question is the level of legislative control the board would like to file. So essentially, how much do you want the legislature to have the ability to tweak the article once you filed it? There are pluses and minuses behind that.
I kind of want to defer to Tommy on this one. Tommy, what do you recommend?
Well, with all home rule petitions, I recommend giving the legislature as much flexibility as possible. This should not come as a surprise for several reasons. One, I've told you that before, and two, well, I'm a member of the legislature, and the more flexibility you provide us, the easier it can be to bring something across the finish line. I spoke with Chair Chan, the House Chair of Professional Licensure, about this very issue in Quincy several weeks ago. He was pleased. He thinks in general that larger communities with many liquor licenses, that it makes sense to get this out of the hands of the executive elected officials and into staff of some kind. And it's my sense, it's theoretically possible that the legislature, over my protest, forces a home rule vote and passes it for Brookline. But that feels really unlikely, that the legislature would force a vote on a bill that I was uncomfortable with when speaking for the town. And so by ensuring the legislature has flexibility, what you're really doing is allowing the legislature to work directly with the chair and with the town administrator to find language that is comfortable for both the town and the legislature if the language that the town files through the home rule isn't spot on perfect. And you have a narrow window, right? You have a 2-year legislative session to get the whole thing done. And so anything you can do to make the iterative process a tighter loop increases the chance that it passes. And so for those reasons, I think it makes sense to give the legislature as much flexibility as possible to find language that satisfies both the committee chairs and the town.
Right. So with that being the recommendation, I mean, I just want to get this done. And we haven't done the second portion. I'm hopefully working with CTONS to hammer out the actual how we're going to get this done once we get permission to do it. So at this time, I guess I'm recommending the more flexible option that would allow the state legislature the most discretion, especially since we are not following through yet with what our plan is. Does that make sense to everyone? This is kind of a 2-part series. Okay, I'm so excited about this. I cannot tell you. I mean, tonight's meeting, we zipped through them. That is not usually the case. Okay, so do I have to move any language? Or
Nope, I have the direction
no?
I need to file the article, so that's sufficient.
Great, thank you, Melissa.
No problem. The next item is moratorium on gun sales. So essentially there had been a working group of staff and a few members of the community that were working on some legislation around gun sales. And I believe that, you know, thank you, Janice has been promoted to talk a little bit about it as well. Essentially, the staff was feeling that, you know, that there still needed to be some work on these articles. Jonathan, I don't know if you want to just chime in a little bit more, or Mel.
Yeah, I'd like to address it, please.
Sure.
Here we are again. I feel like I'm the skunk at the party, you know, submitting warrant articles that are potentially in conflict with what the board or others want to do. But when the issue of the gun sale, the gun store going into Newton, that got everybody's attention, I think, about potentially a flaw in the town's land use that might allow gun stores in places we don't want. And so I asked the planning department to begin to work on that. I think Janice Kahn and others have also working with the planning department, and others were working on an article that would address that. And I think they've come a great way. And I think it's a very good article that's been proposed. It's essentially the Newton, model, if you will, the version. My idea of a moratorium was really in the event that that couldn't pass, or that perhaps there could be legal hurdles with it being enacted into law, which, as you know, in towns require Attorney General approval. I think I'm pleased with the warrant article. I think it's a good warrant article, but the moratorium was sort of the belt and suspenders. But as I understand, and as you'll hear Janice speak to you, she thinks that's very fatal in terms of the ability to get one of them passed, and then also that it could create some unwanted publicity or potentially some political events that that perhaps the moratorium article could generate. I will say that moratoria are temporary measures, temporary zoning measures, and the one we were proposing would be 6 months. But I do want to say I don't want to suggest that we think that the article that Janice and her co-petitioner have done is a bad article. We actually think it's very good. It accomplishes a lot. It just hasn't been tested. And in Newton, which is a city form of government, they do not require Attorney General approval. So that's sort of the issue that I wanted to raise before you got into it.
So Miriam has her hand up. Any other comments by staff first? Okay, Miriam.
Jonathan has his hand raised. Sorry.
Sorry, I think my internet is going in and out. Jonathan?
Thank you, Chairman Hamilton. Yes, I was the person from my office working with Janice and Petra on developing what we would hope to ultimately become the warrant article, and ultimately the sort of the new status quo for how a firearms store would locate in town. So I want to echo what Mel said, and speaking a little bit out of pride again, as John mentioned before. I worked on the article. I think it's a good article. I think it's in good shape. However, because my responsibility to you is focused on legally insulating you and through you the town as much as I can, and that because this raises constitutional issues, those come losing a constitutional challenge is a much greater is a much riskier it's a much more dangerous proposition. It comes with a number of potential penalties, including payment of attorney's fees, as well as they can sort of go through the town, sovereign immunity potentially to attach individuals that they feel violated constitutional rights. Because of that, I want to put the town in the best position possible. So my promulgation of a moratorium at this stage is based on that conservative approach. I believe that extra time, for the extra 6 months, could give us some time to beef up some things about the article, not but particularly finding more in the way more in terms of the factual linkages between the risks we're trying to minimize and the way we're trying to minimize those risks. You want to make that linkage as tight as possible to survive scrutiny. But 6 months, we have a lot of work done already. The petitioners have done a lot of work already, so we're just bolstering what we already have. We're not finding what's not there already. And so a moratorium is a means to get additional protection. But I think the Warren article is in a strong, as Mel said, is in a strong state right now. And fundamentally, I'm looking at it from a legal perspective. There are a number of other issues which Janice is going to address directly that are sort of outside of my purview. And I trust that you guys will be able to take those into account when making your decision as to whether you just want to advance the petitioner's article now and forego a moratorium. That is certainly an option you have. And I quite frankly, I think that I want to temper any indication I may have given to anyone that a moratorium is a necessary step. I'm trying to be conservative. I'm trying to give the town as much protection as possible, but it's all just a risk calculation. And the town has sometimes opted to move preemptively because they feel that the risk is something that's palatable to them. Moreover, my risk calculation is based on a legal challenge that may never be brought in the first place. We have been wrong when we predicted, given you dire prognostications before. We've been wrong. So that all being said, I believe the conservative path is to do a 6-month moratorium now, and then ultimately advance a warrant article that will be likely in form be substantially similar to what we already have. Or you could forego that step and just opt to advance what the petitioners want to do.
So Bernard, Miriam, you had your hand up first, right? And then I'll recognize Bernard.
Thank you. So first, apologies to Petra. She called me at like 3:40 p.m. Petra, our meeting today started at 4, so I simply didn't have time to call you back. And maybe Janice will answer this question. I just need clarity. I understand that there's 2 pieces here. There is a warrant article and then there's a moratorium. But the petitioners for the warrant article are opposed to the moratorium. Janice is shaking her head. So I'm going to guess, Janice, that you will elucidate to me why that is the case, because it doesn't compute. So I'm listening. So and I'll hand it over to anyone else to add to their questions, and I will be listening intently when you speak.
Can I ask just a question regarding process here?
I think Heather's frozen. Why don't you go ahead?
Okay. If the Attorney General does not approve Janice's article, as we're calling it, constitutional or other grounds, what would be the purpose of the moratorium?
If I can answer, Vice Chair Fernandez.
Go for it.
So my understanding is that it is either the petitioner's article, which is actually rezoning where firearm stores can be located in town, or a 6-month moratorium and with the plan to then rezone what the town can do. They would not be happening simultaneously.
But to answer Bernard's question, a moratorium would preclude, I believe, anyone from well, maybe I should ask John, what would the practical effect be of a moratorium? So once the town advertised the moratorium, in this case for gun sales, what would be the practical effect of that? And if
would be to, you could not get a building permit to open a store that was covered by the moratorium as of the date it was first advertised at a public hearing. So once it goes on the warrant, it'll likely be a few weeks later. And then for the length of that moratorium, it would effectively be a non-permitted use in the town. But the critical thing is that's just a very temporary measure. It is in no way a outright permanent ban on those uses because it sunsets. It ends in 6 months, and those are legitimate ways to do things via zoning that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do, because the intent is that you are trying to you're just trying to hit pause while you figure out something to do. Now, moratorium are subject to scrutiny by the Attorney General because municipalities have sometimes tried to overreach with them. But I think the fact we are only asking for 6 months, and this is a complex issue with some significant dimensions, I'm relatively confident that our 6 months moratorium would survive Attorney General review. Ultimately, the firearms, the rezoning necessary to put the safety regulation on firearm stores that the town is seeking to pursue, that is another question. There would be Attorney General review, but of course, there's also, even if the Attorney General says it's okay, we would also be subject, you could be subject to legal challenge on top of that.
So I see John's.
What?
John has his hand up. Oh, you're muted.
Thanks. So I had a couple of questions. How many months typically go by from the time the town meeting votes on something such as a moratorium and approval by the Attorney General and then implementation of the moratorium? Isn't it, a good 4, 5, 6 months usually?
Yes, while the Attorney General, of course, we have to file the articles in the first place, and the Attorney General will likely take almost the entire time to review it anyway. But It is still effective even without Attorney General review. The building department generally does not issue building permits at risk for something that's under a moratorium.
Oh, so even in that interim period, we can still treat it as though it's effective?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, that negates the reason for my asking the question. My second question was going to be if the petitioners, and I do think Petra and Janice and others deserve a lot of credit for working very diligently on this and coming up with a good proposal. If they feel strongly that they have a solid proposal that's ready to go, and that we don't need to wait for a moratorium to lapse before we go ahead with this, could they not between now and Thursday make theirs a petition article, and then town meeting would face both?
Absolutely, they could, and I believe they intend to do so.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, in case it is not clear, Janice does plan on submitting her proposal. This was more of a backstop just in case that, for whatever reason, does not pass town meeting. But this is not in direct competition with.
Well, I'm not sure about that, Heather. I don't think you could pass both at the same time.
No, but one would be taken up before the other, and that would be Janice's first.
I think Janice is going to try to talk you out of filing the moratorium petition because she believes it will, so you should probably listen to her and Petra.
Raul, was that a hand raise?
That was me just saying, let's give her a chance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's listen to Janice.
Janice, you got like 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I want to acknowledge the support of Mel Kleckner and Jonathan Simpson, acknowledging that what we have actually crafted is quite a good zoning bylaw. It's Janice Kahn, town meeting member from Precinct 15 and one of the co-petitioners of the warrant article to add firearm business uses to the town zoning bylaws. So I'm thank you for allowing me to frame it, and thank you, Miriam, for listening. So I want to clarify something. This is in no way the same as Newton's zoning ordinance. That was a reactive ordinance that was put together, and we're not being reactive. We're being very proactive, and we actually have a much more elegant zoning proposal than Newton. Newton used 12 different criteria to achieve basically putting it allowing gun stores in 2 areas on the Waltham border and one on ours about 3 blocks from my house. So, what we've done is a much more thoughtful process, and we've learned a lot from Newton. So I appreciate legal counsel's perspective, and note that Jonathan Simpson, as he said, was an integral part of the working group. There were 4 town meeting members and town staff, including Polly Selko from planning. And we got the GIS department in Jed Ferenberg, who created a map and tested. So we went through a period of testing boundaries and what we'd need to really make reasonable zoning that we feel would stand any kind of scrutiny. And we wanted to get it done for the November meeting. So I listened to every discussion of the Newton City Councilors, almost every discussion. I was in touch with the Newton Citizen Group, who gathered, I think, close to 10,000 signatures on a petition calling for a ban. And then there were all these signs in Newton also. But at the final meeting, a spokesperson for that group got up before the city councilors just before they were voting and told them, do not enact a ban. And they noted the guidance of the Giffords Law Center to prevent gun violence, which opposes municipal bans. And that brings me to my major concern, which is that, we may think that a moratorium is just a delay, but it will be, I really think that that when the media spins it, it's going to come out as a ban, which is really not what we want to do. So the reason for this is, in Brookline, we have about 200 gun owners, which is 1/10 the number that are in Newton. So it's really not an issue. And I worry that if we do a moratorium, we're actually going to create an issue that really shouldn't have any bandwidth in this town. This is not an obvious location for a firearm business, but that said, it makes perfect sense to put something on our books for this use now when it's not an issue. And working together, town meeting members, town staff, we've really been able to come up with zoning that protects the vast majority of the town without going the riskier route of a ban, which is, I think, what people in Brookline, people in Newton clearly wanted a ban. And I think there would be a lot of sentiment for that in Brookline as well. And that's one of the reasons I don't think we should have these 2 articles on the warrant at the same time. I do think that people might be tempted to vote for the moratorium, which would put us, I think, on much riskier legal ground. A ban is not a viable option in today's political climate and with the current composition of the US Supreme Court. So, and the Gifford Center notes that gun rights activists sue even when there's no legitimate reason to sue. So that's not a good reason to delay. The legal perspective is a valid one, but when it comes to Second Amendment rights, I think the political perspective is equally or even more important to pay attention to. So, so that's why I don't want to see a headline that says Brookline Select Board proposes 6-month ban of gun stores. I don't think that serves the town one iota. And I don't see.
Janice, I think you've gone past 3 minutes.
Okay, let me just say that that by not putting it on, by having the citizen petition go forward, it's easier if you put the moratorium on, that's on you as a town. That means that the town is supporting a ban essentially. But if the citizen petition goes forward, it gives you a bit of legal cover, because you can say, this is in our form of government, citizens can put anything on the warrant with 10 signatures. So I think it actually will give you legal cover. I think that I only see downsides to putting on the moratorium. And I hope that you won't choose to do that. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I find Janice's rationale to be fairly compelling. I've been on the board as people try to get us to ban marijuana retail. You know, trying to stuff a genie back into a bottle. I think a ban, even if it's a temporary moratorium and we all understand it to be temporary, I think there are a lot of people in town that would just love to say no, not really appreciating that it's illegal to just say no altogether. What are other people's thoughts on this? Miriam. You're muted.
I did push the button, it just didn't work. It's been a long day for us. Janice has laid out her argument and I buy it. I mean, it makes sense, right? It's like raising whatever, the red flag in front of the bull, you know. Why bring undue attention when we can take the time and get it right, and then hopefully have something that will be stronger and stand up to challenge.
Any other members? Raul.
I don't feel necessarily strongly one way or the other about this. I don't know that I totally buy it. I mean, honestly, I think it would be clear to anybody what it is that we, as whether the petitioner or the town, are trying to do here is to exactly that, is to limit the ability for gun stores to open in Brookline. And frankly, I don't think we should be ashamed of that. I do think that we don't yet know how supportive town meeting members are going to be of the sort of the zoning bylaw changes that have been put together. If that might end up getting referred to the future as other zoning, potential zoning changes have been in the past, and whether or not we're better off having a backstop. And if we feel like it's going really well, the board can always pull it. I haven't heard anybody here say, I think this is a bad idea, what the larger thing that we're all trying to do. So if the board feels, a month from now or whenever that this process is going well, and what Janice and Petra and others have put together is going well, then we can simply pull the moratorium and let this one succeed, I think. But maybe I'm missing something.
Any other comments from other board members? I will just say, Janice, you've been on town meeting longer than I have. You have seen what I have seen. If you are confident after watching round 1 and 2 of short-term rentals and the marijuana retail location zoning, and what else have we tackled lately? Zoning is very difficult to predict with town meeting. But if you are confident that you can get this warrant article passed at town meeting, I am willing to hope that you're right. Bernard.
Yeah, no, I'm convinced by Janice also. And again, I think that the risk is equal, if not more, with a moratorium, the legal risk, than with what Janice has proposed. So I'm convinced that we really need to go without the moratorium ban, as it's going to be characterized on Fox News and the Herald.
John, you've been quiet. You're muted. That helps.
Caught me unaware, sorry. I'm in agreement with the other members of the board on this. I think that, but we don't have the language of Janice's proposal in front of us, do we?
Janice, do you have it handy?
Yeah,
it's a 5-page zoning article. Polly Selko did a terrific job working with us. And I will get it to you. It's going to be filed Thursday morning at 8:30. So just a heads up. But But you should know that we have signatures from town meeting members on this petition from all over town, north to south, east to west. I mean, I think everyone realizes that we should do something, and this is a very, I think, sensible, reasonable approach to, to achieving that, to putting this use on the books.
So I think we should let it go forward as a citizen petition. If we're not inclined to vote for the moratorium, we should vote no on submitting the moratorium.
Miriam, before we take a vote.
Page 335 of the packet.
Oh,
337.
Okay, the updated packet, it wasn't in the original one.
No, I was looking at the updated packet.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
The updated packet.
It was put in the updated one, not in the original one, which is unfortunate.
I thought I had the updated one, but I still don't see it.
Yeah.
Devin, maybe you can send that to us. That'd be great.
Yeah, I think she updated it this afternoon.
Yeah.
No, it was in there before, but if you click on the link in the chat that I shared with attendees and panelists, and you click on the little warrant article line item right there, you'll see the warrant articles that I did have available.
Got it. Thank you.
So
It is hard when there's 380 pages to look at.
I'm taking the temperature of the board, and I don't think a moratorium has the votes. Does anybody actually want to force a vote?
No, I'll say no. I mean, I want to give this article the best chance possible. So I'll get behind the rest of the board and support this approach if that's where folks are. I want you to go into your conversations, Janice and others, with folks knowing the sense of the board is behind you. So I'm there.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the petitioners now, I thank you for your trust, and we are happy to continue working with town staff on this. We see this as really a team effort. So
thank you very much. So the last one.
Oh, so there's two more. So the next one is non-controversial. It is essentially home rule petition to allow for hybrid meetings. And I don't think there's any controversy around that other than how long that might elongate town meeting. And that's also in your packet as well.
I know Sandy asked whether or not we wanted to hear from him, so I want to give him an opportunity to speak on this. But keep in mind, Sandy, it's popular amongst the people on the call.
Okay, am I on?
Yes, you are.
All right, I'm Sandy Gadsby. I was town moderator for the last 100 years or so. I don't want to speak for my successor, but on the issue you just discussed, I think if Janice's article is put on the warrant and the select board decides to offer a motion for a moratorium under that article, that the moderator is likely to allow that motion, if that's any comfort to those of you who might have had misgivings. In the meantime, I've drafted an article. I, of course, had to preside over the transition from in-person town meetings to all virtual as the pandemic came down around our ears. And so the whole issue of virtual town meetings and remote participation is something that I'm very familiar with. So the legislation that validates our fully virtual town meetings will expire before the end of the year. And many of us believe that some provision ought to survive that permits town meeting members and other participants in our town meetings, in our representative town meetings, to participate remotely as opposed to in person. So I've drafted the legislation to validate this kind of meeting, which is not currently valid under Massachusetts law. The home rule legislation that is, I presume, in your packet does give the legislature the flexibility that Tommy referred to vary the wording in accordance with the legislative desires. And the legislation provides for validates hybrid town meetings, which are briefly those permitting town meeting members and other participants to, at their own election, to participate either remotely or in person. The determination of whether a meeting is going to be a hybrid meeting is made by the select board, because there may be some circumstances under which we don't want a hybrid meeting to be held, and that decision ought to be in the select board. The anybody who participates either virtually or in person will be counted towards a quorum for the meeting. There are certain officials like the moderator and the town clerk and the members of the IT staff who are responsible for the technology of permitting people to participate remotely must appear in person, but any other participant can, by registering ahead of time, be permitted to attend remotely. The purpose of the advance notice is to get on a list so that you have some control over who attends remotely for basically for security purposes. The home rule legislation provides that anybody participating remotely will have the same opportunities to identify and hear participants and to be recognized and participate in the discussion as those attending in person. And obviously the opportunity to vote on all matters put to a vote of town meeting members. There's a provision for telephone participation for those who want to participate remotely but can't manage to do it through their computers. And finally, the legislation would validate any meeting, any hybrid meeting that we hold. And I really recommend that the board adopt and sponsor this legislation to save me from running around and getting 10 signatures. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. I think that this is supported by the board members. Any questions before I move that we sponsor this? Tommy.
Yeah, I just want to thank then moderator Gadsby for working so closely with me from the beginning of the pandemic to, in fact, work directly with the legislature on finding language during the pandemic that could pass in that emergency time period. And then thank Mr. Gadsby for working with me since then on this language that is being filed. He absolutely took me up on my offer of getting started on it early and iterating to make sure the language was as close to polished as could be. And I'm very grateful for his efforts in that regard.
Great, thank you, both of you, for working on this. Any questions? Do I have to move any language?
No, as long as the board consensus is that they want this to be filed, then we'll file it tomorrow. The last article that we have is the increasing the cap for the marijuana establishments. the board has discussed this, and then the next agenda item, you'll be talking about the associated policy around that increase.
Excellent. So we started this discussion, I think, earlier this summer. Does anybody need a refresher as to how we got here, or are we prepared to talk about the details? Monique, would you like to just talk very briefly, because we're behind schedule again, of what the proposal is that we're submitting to town meeting?
Yep, so the proposed warrant article is very short. Actually, it's just a one-pager regarding the addition of 2 new marijuana licenses, specifically for retail establishments. And that's that. It references those 2 licenses only being available to applicants that are part of an equity policy that has yet to appear before, well, it's appearing before you guys tonight. It's the next line item on the agenda.
Great. I know that we've received a couple of emails. I think there's a misperception that we absolutely have to, if we approve this, and by we, I mean town meeting. If town meeting adopts this, then we absolutely have to award these. That is not the case. This is above and beyond our required minimum. So if we find an applicant that we like and that addresses an issue that we missed the first time around when we were contemplating the process to approve applicants, then we get to approve it. But by no means are we obligated. Miriam.
Thank you. And just to clarify, these 2 licenses would only be considered for equity applicants. So this is just not 2 more licenses. These licenses are very narrow in who would qualify for them, with a very clear focus on why we are offering these 2 licenses.
Thank you. Bernard.
Yeah, a question. One of our current licensees, and I forgot which one it is a veterans-owned shop. How does that play into to this?
So the warrant, yeah, so the warrant article would just establish 2 new license types. It would not affect any of the existing licenses that we already have given out, if that makes sense. So these 2 licenses would really be paired with the proposed policy that you guys have now. And so in that policy, as Mary mentioned, it's a very, very particularly small scope. It's just available to applicants that have economic empowerment status with the CCC, social equity participant status with the CCC, or that would be registered as a disadvantaged business enterprise, minority owned business, women owned business, or a veteran owned business like you mentioned.
Yeah, I guess my question is, could someone say that we have 1 veteran owned business, so there's only 1 more license that could be available?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
It's Hi, Jonathan Simpson. I don't believe so, but I think that that's a question for town council.
Okay, so while he's getting the answer, maybe Raul weighs in, and then I know we have 2 members of the public that want to speak. They are limited to 3 minutes apiece, and they have been waiting for a very long time, and I do apologize.
I'll say the only thing here is that I know I mentioned this in an earlier review of that of the policy, is that we had not talked about including DBEs as part of this. There are 2 designations by the Cannabis Control Commission, as Monique knows, and you all probably know by now, the social equity applicants and the economic empowerment applicants. And I would remove the DBE, which is an entire other category and a much more expansive category than we had discussed in the past. I would remove that from the policy itself and focus on why we're here in the first place.
So Jonathan,
Okay.
do you have a answer to the question that Bernard posed?
I did, yes. In my opinion, the cap is, there will effectively be, and we'll have, this will require a minimal amount of tracking, but we will have those 4 licenses we've already issued that will be effectively under the old system, and the business that you referenced, Bernard, holds one of those licenses. The additional 2 will be the ones where the requirement will need to be met on if the board wants to issue them at all. And so that the quote, there will be no argument to be made that we have already, given out those additional licenses. In the situation as it exists now, we could still go all the way up to 6.
Hey, can I also ask regarding Raul's question or statement? Why did we include DBEs in this policy? And can we take them out from a legal standpoint? I don't see why not, but
Yeah.
You can absolutely take them out. It's a policy.
Okay.
And yes, you have the discretion to take those out. Yes.
So there wasn't no particular reason why it was included initially.
No, I know that the CCC does distinguish between, like if you look at their map, you can tell the difference between retailers that are just regular retailers. They do make a distinction between disadvantaged business enterprises, but at this time, the state does not provide any expediting or anything in addition to they don't provide the same avenue for DBE folks as SAPs and EEAs, if that makes sense. So I just thought that I should be broad and that this could always be taken out, obviously with your discretion. So, and then one other thing that I did fail to note is that Brookline residents would receive like priority processing or preference from this policy. That's also something that's included there.
Great. Jonathan, your hand is raised, but I assume that was on the last thing. Okay.
Sorry, yes.
No worries. So Richard Strzok, I do apologize for the wait. You've been very patient. Now you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much. And thank you for, oh, sorry, wait, let me see if I can get my video. Sorry about that. Give me 1 sec. There we go. Hi, thank you all for having me. And I appreciate you making a small exception here. There was some confusion, but I understand you don't normally take public comments on things that are on the agenda. So I appreciate the consideration. I have a lot of concern here, and I guess I detailed this in an email to everybody. And I guess at the very least here, I would ask that if you will take a little time to look through that maybe before you decide on this with certainty. And I appreciate the clarification that this is not a fait accompli, that this simply gives you options, if I understand correctly. I won't lie, there's a little scuttlebutt that this is being motivated to some extent from some complaints from a single individual in the community who fits into a certain category from the standpoint of being a minority or something along those lines, and that there is a desire to create space for another license. Whether it's directly for this person or not, I don't know. But I think the argument that we need a social equity component to this kind of licensure is concerning. It seems to me that to the extent it is related to this individual, I'm told that they have other shops in other markets. So it doesn't seem that there's been racial bias. And again, pardon me if I misunderstand any of this, but I also don't think there's been any bias that has been evidenced in the licenses that have been issued to date either. And my concern is this, that right now, this is a very big social experiment. We're not immune to any of this now with what we're doing with COVID, but we've gone from 2 licenses to 4, which is a 100% increase. There have been questions and concerns about the societal impact. We have no sense yet whether that's the case, and we're already enabling room for what would effectively be a 200% increase. Again, I don't see that there is a social equity component of this. I think that a lot of times these businesses want to be considered like any other business in some cases when it suits them, and with special consideration in other cases when it suits them. I see this as a solution looking for a problem. I just do, and I will admit that we would not be having this concern, or I would not be having this conversation if it weren't for the risk that I think underlies the legalization of marijuana. And I know this has been
30 seconds.
This has been addressed, but I sent along a couple links. Marijuana was legalized based on some claims that are quickly being proven completely untrue, the social equity component, and that it's a relatively benign drug. And if you'll take a few moments and look through some of the links I sent, there is mounting evidence that this is hugely detrimental to our kids. I have a 13-year-old daughter in the school system. 1 in 6 kids are now addicted. We can't go down the street without breathing in marijuana. I think it's an ill-conceived social experiment. I'd like to see us put the genie back in the bottle, which we can't do. But for heaven's sakes, I don't think Brookline is a place where we need 6 marijuana retail locations. And I hope you'll reconsider opening those doors. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you. I believe another person, Danelle O'Neill, signed up to speak.
Good evening, everyone. Good to see everyone. I have my camera off, obviously, because of the bandwidth. First of all, I just want to say I want to thank everyone who's on this call, especially Belle and Melissa and Monique, Raul, the select board, all of you guys for not delaying and allowing the chance for opportunities that were missed to happen. You know, on top of just this warrant article, all the other warrant articles that have been put forth, there's been a lot of equity talk. And, you know, I honestly, I just want to say thank you for at least allowing this discussion to happen at town meeting, regardless how it goes. I just want to, I appreciate everyone on this phone, on this call, and I'll keep it short and just say thank you. Have a good evening.
Great. Wow, that was short. Thank you. Any comments? Raul.
No, I appreciate the comments by both folks that spoke and received the email earlier and that Richard sent. I'll just say, just to be clear, I don't think anybody on this board is interested in passing legislation to benefit any individual. In fact, I think the person that had spoken in the past to the board about this, that I believe Richard may be referring to, actually didn't have social equity status, was not able to achieve that status from the Cannabis Control Commission, and therefore would not be eligible for either of these licenses. So that's not actually what's going on here, and I appreciate that you know, bringing that up, because it's really important that we clear up rumors like that. You know, this is about us charting a different future, and I appreciate the flexibility that this gives us. We haven't always had that flexibility. Once those first 4 licenses were made available, we had almost no flexibility in determining who would receive them. So I appreciate that this change gives us that flexibility and allows us to meet some of the equity goals that he's right, have not been met at the federal state level yet, and that's exactly what we're trying to correct here. So that's it.
Yeah, I will say there has been a lot of misconception about what we are obligated to do ever since the referendum question passed. Those 4 licenses, we were obligated to find areas in town to cite those based on our population levels. And we just don't have that many commercial areas in town. So we made the best of what we are by law required to license. Any other comments by select board members? Well, then town meeting will wait. It will be the ultimate weigh-in on this. Thank you for working on it, Monique.
You're welcome. I just wanted to note that you guys did receive some additional documentation in your packets that actually won't be heard tonight regarding HCAs. So just expect to have that discussion on September 14th, I believe, Devin. But yeah, thanks.
Great, thank you. So have we had the policy discussion at the same time, or is that a separate agenda item? I'm not sure that
I believe you have, but
okay.
I
Do
could
we need to vote on that?
I think the fact that Monique departed is
Okay, good. But I still need to move the language, correct?
I don't know. Can somebody help me with that?
Miriam, you're muted.
Thank you. I just want to make sure when you move the language, you make sure that we strike the
DBE.
Yeah, bullet under equity applicant. I do think you have to, it says voted, it's on page 343 in the packet, and at the top it says voted with a highlight thing. So I think we do have to vote.
Yeah, I think so too. We'll vote the language, and if we can follow up with Monique that the DBE language is struck. Okay, so I move approval of the marijuana equity policy minus the DBE language. All those in favor, Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you, Monique. We wanted to make sure that we voted.
All right.
and that the DBE language is struck.
Okay, great. Yes, that was my understanding.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so next is the American Rescue Plan discussion. Thank you to Tommy Vitolo for staying for, gosh, an hour and a half of our discussion. So, Melissa, is this yours?
Let me give it a try, Melissa. I do want to give the board a little update of the full board. I did announce this at last week's Town School Partnership, but we did participate in a meeting with Norfolk County Commissioners and staff last week. And I'm pleased to announce that the commissioners will agree to allocate the funding available to the member cities and towns on a pro rata basis. They are developing a system for us to apply for the funds because they are responsible for reporting on those, but was reassured that we do have that capacity to get that much funding from the Norfolk County. So for those who remember it, that's $11 million. So that really I think are at this point looking at $43 million available to the town. And that's great news. I also wanted to report, I think you've heard earlier this evening that we did have a very positive discussion with Giselle Puigbo of the Brookline Community Foundation in terms of both helping the select board engage with the public and identify priorities and input from our public on American Rescue. And also something that I think is important, they offered to provide some technical assistance, which in my opinion is like leveling the playing field and making sure that people in our community are not precluded from submitting funding requests because it's complicated or because people may not have a good handle on the way to submit grant funds or just need help. And so we have to work out the details, but I'm really pleased. I enjoy working with Giselle and the Brookline Community Foundation on a number of initiatives. So just wanted to give those updates this evening.
Great. Any discussion by the select board before I turn it over to Helen and Matt Gillis to make a case for geothermal at Driscoll? Raul.
Sure, I'll just say, Mel and Melissa and the board, it's it's not often that we have residents lining up in public comment to tell us how great a job that we're doing around community engagement.
That's for
So I
sure.
really appreciate how much you've heard the public and set up this open process. I think working with the BCF is a home run, and so just want to say congrats on that and thank you.
Excellent. So, who wants to talk about geothermal at Driscoll? Matt, Helen, who wants to take this?
Well, I'll leave it up to Helen if she wants to start or if she'd like me to begin.
And
So
I don't know if we've been introduced to Sam Rippon.
No, I don't think so. So maybe we should do that first. Sam Rippon is our new Deputy Superintendent for Administration and Finance.
Thank you. Yeah,
Or some people say the new Mary Ellen, but
thank you, Helen, and I'm enjoying my entry into Brookline, and look forward to working with you all whenever possible. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to be before the select board this evening. Thank you.
so I think just to put a framework on this, I mean, we had the conversation as Mel had said at the town school partnership. We felt we should try and come here to the select board to talk with you about how we can work together to get funding to do something that I think, as you talked about with the sustainability director, is really important to get us to 20% lower, what's the word, help somebody, whatever, to the
Either a carbon footprint or energy, total
Thank you.
energy reduction. I'm not exactly
Energy
sure which
reduction,
standard they're
right.
going with.
Right. So we thought, rather than talking to each of you individually, the best way would be for Matt to do a presentation on the issues of what happened at Driscoll and why we think it's important to invest in this so that we can get a return on our investment. And Matt will take you through this to explain it.
Devin, is it okay if I share my screen for a few minutes?
Yes.
Okay, I'll wait for that to pop up on the bottom here.
You should have screen share privileges right now.
Oh, there it is. All right. I put together a memo and a brief summary, and I'll talk you through it. I put it in largely bullet points, but as everybody's aware, we had a Driscoll project. We bid that in April, came in over budget by almost 10%. And then, with the add alternative geothermal, we had to value engineer some things out and rebid it. And we did not put geothermal back in with the long list of things that we sort of value engineered out of the project. When the ARPA funds came to us, we wondered if that would be a decent match. So we asked for a change order price, which is not, as some folks would understand, is the best way to do it. It's always better to have contractors competing with their pricing. And so we came in at about a 39% increase over the bid price. And the process, the change order process, as well as the market conditions contributed to that price. I did an estimated return on investment with the change order price. It would take about 28 to 29 years, or the bid price would be about 22 to 23 years. The wells have a life of about 40 to 50 years, and the mechanical equipment that runs the geothermal heat pump system has an expected life of about 20 to 25 years. I explained some things with the market conditions there. I think some folks may have recalled during the shutdown,
globally, it affected the supply chain for a lot of different things, whether it was steel or lumber. So at some points, lumber was up 300%, steel was up triple digits, a lot of plastics as oil drilling and plants had shut down were also up double digits. So that affected the pricing that contractors had to make, because they were wondering when we were bidding how long things were going to stay that way, as they were trying to lock in and figure out their pricing, you know, for a 24-month project approximately from the time when they bid it. I think everybody that has gone to the grocery store the last 6 months or so, or has been to the gas pump, can see that the fuel price has gone up quite a bit, whether it be from you know, a calendar year or over the past 6 months from what's available in the CPI. So the big thing with a geothermal system is that we would require less energy to heat and cool the building. And I think folks understand that you're basically pumping that water up from the ground at about a 50 to 52 degree temperature. And then you're heating or cooling from that, as opposed to trying to cool from 90-degree air outside or heat from a 0-degree air outside. You're working at a much closer to a stable room temperature that you would like to have. So it's much more efficient that way. The engineers estimate it's about a 24.5% reduction in annual kilowatt hours from what would be the most efficient, or is designed to be the most efficient school building in town, even more efficient than the Ridley School by the Energy Use Index. So this makes geothermal pretty desirable from an energy reduction standpoint. You know, geothermal has been around since the 70s, and I've had experience with it in another building project out in the Berkshires, and it's still going strong there. It's about 16, 17 years old. So the return on investment, before most folks would say, yes, I want to do this, they want to make sure they're going to get their return on investment for paying for the energy enhancements. And I was kind of surprised digging into the data, because the last few times I was into this, the 10 or 20-year look at energy pricing was in the 2.7 to the low 3% range. But for lately, it's been in the 4.7 range or 4.5% range over the last 10 years or 21 years this century. And looking at the energy market and where the energy comes from, you know, we're using fewer and fewer fossil fuels in Massachusetts. We don't use petroleum anymore. And we no longer have nuclear power anymore. So our energy comes from renewable sources and natural gas. We don't use coal anymore in Massachusetts either to generate energy. So when our supply to generate the energy goes down, our costs tend to go up. And so the price of electricity is going to tend to go up. So, you know, using a more realistic or optimistic approach, we could get our payback closer to 24 years as a break-even point. And for folks that are familiar with synthetic turf fields, and this visual might make a little more sense to illustrate to some folks. You got the synthetic turf field at the top, but then you have a sub-base for drainage, and you have a base underneath that. And when you build the field, you're paying for all of it. But when you replace the field, almost all the time underneath it hasn't changed. You just are replacing the surface. And so the real savings on a financial savings on a synthetic turf field is when you replace it and you get the second life with the new top. It's kind of the same with geothermal. If we were to do it for Driscoll and Brookline, we would be saving money when we replaced the mechanical equipment in a few years and the wells stayed in place. So with that, you know, the thought is, well, who pays for geothermal? When it was in the design plans and it was expected to be on budget, Brookline residents were going to pay for geothermal, just like everything else in the project. We had to cut it out, and now we have a federal grant possibility, and you can look at it from the aspect that there would be about 330 million citizens in the US helping to pay for geothermal at Driscoll with federal money. I understand the question very well, that What other green initiatives could or should ARPA funds be directed at? You've talked to Tom. I've talked to Tom. There are a bunch of things, and they take a while to plan and do well. But just a few points to keep in mind: we want to reduce our energy consumption and, in effect, our total operational expenses on energy. The less money we spend on energy is more money that we can spend on other services for the citizens of Brookline, whether that be school, public safety, or any other form of services or outreach. We do want to reduce our fossil fuel consumption and carbon footprint. In accord with town meeting, geothermal does that because it's driven off of electricity. We want to reduce our maintenance and future capital costs. Again, geothermal does that, so it's a pretty good match. I understand that if we really just focus back on the price here, that's kind of what is the sticking point for some folks. I don't want to say I'm hesitant to ask, but it certainly gives me pause to see this type of increase in such a short period of time. I guess I would say, if folks are interested in doing this in the future, and they probably should be, some things to consider for geothermal on town land, some space that's largely cleared so we can drill the wells without having to remove a lot of rock or trees. It's got to have kind of the cooling tonnage available, and if you're going to do it, you're going to do it in a building that needs the HVAC system replaced. You can't just kind of replace part of a system, rip out the old one, and put a new one in. You're really either geothermal or you're not. And so some places that look like they might be matches in the future: Baker, Newberry, New Lincoln. But I'm not advocating that any of those things happen in the near future. We have plenty going on right now. With that, I'll stop there and take questions.
So I just want to say, I think we're reaching the point in the project where a decision needs to be made by October 12th, correct?
That is accurate.
Right. So my biggest concern, because I'm co-chair of this building committee, and it pained me when we had to value engineer this out of the project. I would love to see it put back in, but $5 million is a really big price tag. And this particular pot of money is really designed to address either COVID-related things or equity. I'll stop there because I see Miriam has raised her hand. I think we really need to be very prudent as to what we use this pot of money on. Miriam.
Thank you. And I'm going to say now I have taken over the helm from Heather. And I'll be very clear, I'm completely behind geothermal. That's not the issue here. I think there are two big issues that are really relevant. And the first is what Heather was alluding to, which is this is not in my very strong opinion, this is not the way that these funds were meant to be used. And the second, from ARPA, I love the idea. If we can find other money for it, I support that wholeheartedly. But taking this money from the ARPA funds, especially from the revenue replacement bucket, which would eat up the entire bucket for this year and for next year, I can't get behind that. But also there's a really important issue here about process. We just had compliments paid to us for our community engagement and how to spend the ARPA funding. And I'm really uncomfortable leapfrogging the process that would be required to adequately evaluate this program in light of other programs applying for ARPA funding and making a decision. And I understanding the timing isn't right, but that to me is not enough of a reason to leapfrog that process. And so again, I'll say it again and again, I'm totally behind geothermal wells. I cannot justify spending the ARPA funds on this, at least the way it is currently structured. And I cannot comfortably leapfrog a community engagement process to approve this.
John, and then Raul.
Excuse me. Thank you to Matt for what I thought was an excellent presentation. Thank you to Helen thank you both for being here this late. And I just want to also thank Miriam for her comments, because she's brought to the fore something that I think needs to be dispelled, and I hope we can dispel it right now. This should not come from ARPA, and I don't think it needs to come from ARPA. This is not the time to have that discussion. And in fact, I hesitate as to whether to disclose this, because I don't want to get people nervous, but it's possible that there will be a citizen petition to request the town meeting add to the borrowing for the Driscoll project to accommodate this particular aspect of the project. I also want to dispel a couple of other questions, because it's all too easy to focus on the roughly $5 million estimate for the cost of the ground sourced heat pumps. But no one should kid themselves. There's going to have to be a system for this building. And what we're talking about is a system which, in the original estimate, Matt, help me out, was going to be about 2 million.
I could look that up, but yeah, probably around there.
Something in that ballpark. So we're talking not about 5 million, but we're talking about taking what had been a $2 million proposition, which the town was pretty enthusiastically behind, and we're adding another $2.9 million to it, because it turns out that the estimate for this part of the Driscoll project, which is a $115 million project, so this is a $2.9 million increase in a part of the project being a $115 million project. And think about that. This is an essential part of the project. What is more basic to the school project, than how you are going to heat it and cool it? And so it doesn't seem like a lot of money to me to add for the best possible system. And I don't know anyone who disagrees as to whether ground source heat pumps are the best possible system. They are more efficient, and everyone agrees on this, than air source heat pumps, which would be the system that we would fall back on if we didn't do this. And please keep in mind, in addition to the point I just made about this is actually an increase, but not a $5 million question. It's a $2.9 million question. Keep in mind the air source heat pumps would cost you something. So it's the differential between what the ground source would cost versus the air source, and plus the increase in the cost of the ground source. That's what we're talking about here. And you would get a much better system. But more important than all of these things that I've just said is that the one thing that we could do in this project that would send the strongest message of all about Brookline's commitment to seriously addressing climate change is this. And if we've learned anything from this summer, the urgency of addressing climate change is more evident than ever. It's more evident than 2 years ago, when we approved a $115 million budget for the Driscoll project. If we knew then what we knew today, I don't think anybody would have undercut the amount of money necessary in this project for ground source heat pumps. So what we're living through a summer that's kind of like the summer from hell. And at the same time, we are seeing these reports from international bodies accumulate as to how the global effort to address climate change is falling behind where it has to be. And the predictions as to how much climate change is accelerating are turning out to have fallen short of what is actually an accelerating trend towards, even sooner we're going to face the real crisis level of climate change. And in light of all of those things, this is an opportunity that I just think Brookline should not pass up. And I do hope that the other members of the select board get behind that proposition.
Before I recognize you, Matt, Raul has been very patient with his hand up.
Thank you very much. I'll say it's always easier when your colleagues that have spoken before you have said it well, and I'm in alignment with my colleagues that have spoken so far. I think what I'll add is there's a certain amount of this money that is going to go toward climate mitigation projects. We don't know how much yet. We know some will go there, but we don't exactly know where we need to spend that money just yet, which is why I had that conversation with Tom Barrasso earlier about helping us figure out what the priorities should be. And also we need to see all the projects on the table, I think, before we start dispensing money, at least more than one project on the table before we start dispensing money, particularly $4.5 million. The same thing with the schools. We know that a certain amount of this money is going to go toward projects related to the public schools. Brookline, how much of that? We don't know. What other projects might be worth funding? We don't know. And as far as I'm concerned, I've said this before, so it's not just related to this project, but I think the first money out the door needs to go to supporting those people who need it most. And some of that's probably going to be educational programming related to education in some way, wealth building, healthy living conditions. Those are the kinds of things that when we think about those who are most impacted by COVID, remember this is funding related to COVID, that those folks that were most impacted by it have been most impacted by it because of the lack of access to broadband, which made it more difficult to have a strong connection when we had to go remote, and all these other issues that we've well discussed on this board. And so I just think, I don't think that you're going to get anybody on this board to disagree that that the ground source heat pumps are superior, and a method that we should prioritize for building going forward. But this board has this awesome task of helping guide where these funds should go. And as we've discussed in this meeting and others, we're not going to do that without having heard from members of the public in a really deep way, the way that I think is going to be put together in tandem with the Brookline Community Foundation. And so this is it's unfortunate that the timing on this might be unfortunate. I'm intrigued by what John was saying earlier about the potential for a warrant article, and I'd be curious to see what others think about that in the future. But if the ask is right now or sometime this month or next to vote favorably on this without having had robust community engagement, the answer for me is just no.
Any other comments? Matt, sorry.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the feedback, and I recognize that we're asking for an accelerated approval process because of the nature of where we are in construction. The shovels in the ground, and when we get to a certain point, it becomes even more expensive than the $4,354,000 cost to the change order that it would be to make this happen. That price would go up if we had to undo some work done and then reprice it, yet again. And it would delay the schedule of opening Driscoll in September of 2023 for the students to move in. So speaking only for myself, because I haven't discussed this with the school committee, the superintendent, or Sam or anybody else, but we very much want to keep the project on schedule. We would also like to be able to do geothermal. So if there is another funding source that's coming at town meeting, I'm not sure how we proceed because the annual town meeting or the fall town meeting is in November. Is it? And we need to have an answer for October 12th. So John, I appreciate the support, but I don't want folks to miss that point.
Bernard.
Yeah, let me just ask a question. From my non-engineering mind, There's going to be a lot of playground space, other open space other than the footprint of the building. Is it possible to put in wells and those areas at a future date? Or does it have to go under the footprint of the building?
They are not going under the footprint. They're going on the field, but Matt can answer better why you can't retrofit it.
So yeah, Helen's correct. We're not putting the wells under the footprint of the building. We're putting them out in the field and then tying them back into the building. But it's an entirely different system in plumbing and electrical and equipment that's in the building when you have a geothermal system, as opposed to a displaced air system, which is what a similar, same type of system that's at the Ridley School, which is also very efficient, but it's not as efficient as a geothermal heat pump system. Again, I appreciate what the Board of Selectmen or Select Board has to do with balancing everything. We needed to ask due to the timing of where we are at in the project, because sometimes opportunities can go by you. And we wanted to ask. We've raised this with the school committee and the Board of Selectmen, and I'll only be back if I'm asked to come back, or if I get sent back, for lack of a better way to say it.
So I must put in a few words here, because I hear what you're all saying. I do think there's monies in ARPA that aren't meant for helping for equity for people who have suffered under COVID. There are other parts of it. And I would hope that maybe we could be creative in looking at those other parts. I agree, there's a small bucket that is for that, for the equity issues, and we shouldn't be using that. However, there are other buckets. There's the $11 million that I'm not even clear what that's going to. And there's still the issue of what happens with the town school partnership agreement between regarding new revenues. To the best of my knowledge, every time we've gotten new revenues, we've split them 60-40. And I don't hear how that's going to be happening in this process. And I guess I'm concerned about that. That isn't part of what's happening right now. And I'm not clear how long your process is going to go on for.
John.
Yeah, I want to just take the opportunity of adding, maybe a little bit of prose or poetry to this discussion, or emotional urgency. I don't know how many of you saw the op-ed by Greta Thunberg and two other student leaders from global climate change movement. But it appeared just this past week in the midst of the oncoming threat of Hurricane Ida and the wildfires in the West, which are threatening to consume hundreds of homes in South Lake Tahoe. And here's I'm going to be brief, but here's some of what they wrote. For children and young people, climate change is the single greatest threat to our futures. We are the ones who will have to clean up the mess you adults have made, and we are the ones who are more likely to suffer now. Children are more vulnerable than adults to the dangerous weather events, diseases, and other harms caused by climate change, which is why a new analysis released Friday by UNICEF is so important. And she goes on to say that the UNICEF analysis finds that virtually every child on the planet is exposed to at least one climate or environmental hazard right now. A staggering 650 million, about a third of the world's children, are exposed to 4 or more climate or environmental hazards, including heat waves, cyclones, air pollution, flooding, or water scarcity. 1 billion children, nearly half the children in the world, live in extremely high-risk countries, the UNICEF researchers report. This is the world being left to us but there is still time to change our climate future. Around the world, our movement of young activists continues to grow. So that's from the piece that appeared in the Times. And I just think that we need to feel that urgency. And we need to show that we feel that urgency by figuring this out. And I do think it can be figured out. There will be money if the town votes to approve the money at town meeting through borrowing, or there will be money if the select board and the school committee commit to finding it through some other pathway. And we're stuck now with the need to move forward on this expeditiously because of the timetable for the project. And the key moment will come when the building commission has to sign off on the start of that phase of the construction. But, you know, we have until now and sometime in early October to figure out how the building commission, when that decision has to be made, that vote has to be taken, can simply say, there will be money to pay for this. And I think if we really put our minds to it, we would find that money. And I think if we really felt the urgency of what is being said by Greta and others about climate change, we would do it.
So Heather, if I could, just two more comments.
Sure.
Or one comment and one question. The comment is, you know, following up on what John was saying about what we saw happening in Louisiana. If God forbid something like that were to happen here, I don't think the town has a shelter that would be as large as this that could function in that way for people who don't have electricity, who don't have means of staying somewhere else. So I think we need to keep that in mind with this too. This could be a self-sufficient building between the solar panels and the geothermal wells, you know, running the whole building, in addition to the monies that we'd get back. So I did ask the question, well, I have two questions. One, the Norfolk County money, Mel, that you referenced, what is that for?
Same funding, same purposes, same funding.
So climate mitigation is part of that?
It's just like the town's grant, so it has the same exact treasury guidelines and all the same guidance.
Okay. And what is the timeline of your process? I mean, is it going to be February? Is it going to be next year? Is it in 2 months? I mean,
we don't yet know. I know Mel is talking to the community foundation, and
but they're not the ones who are leading the town.
Weeks.
You guys are leading the town. You have to determine how long you want this process to take. Brookline is known for its process that can take a very long time.
We meet once a week on Tuesday night, and we rely on staff to do the day-to-day. So Mel is doing the day-to-day and coordinating with the community foundation, and we just don't know how long it's going to take yet. The conversations have started. We are accepting applications.
So the school committee, you're saying the school committee has to provide applications for every project we want to do, is what you're saying to us?
That would be my preference. I know that you referenced the general fund revenue sharing, 40–60%.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the way
new revenues.
That's not the way I interpret how we share federal funds.
Oh, you mean state funds only come that way, but federal funds?
Yes.
So Norfolk funds are what?
I would deem those federal.
Oh.
They are federal. It's the Federal American Recovery Plan. They're a recipient of it, and then they are providing that to their member cities and towns. No other people can apply for that money from Norfolk County, only the cities and towns. So, you know, I think the issue here is we have to be, in the select board, the town has to be assured that these funds are eligible. So we just can't dole them out. I mean, they have to be project specific. Now, it is true that there is the revenue recovery formula, which has a lot more flexibility. And I think the board and the school committee, town school partnership could decide how to deal with that. But this is the same pot of money, or at least I'm not aware of another specific eligibility criteria category, but I could be wrong. I mean, this is all new for us.
So Raul has his hand up, and then Miriam.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'll just say Mel makes a really good point about us being responsible for making sure that the projects that are funded using these funds are eligible use. Yeah, the other thing I'll say too is that I would encourage the school committee to either encourage anyone that's interested in supporting funding for the schools to get involved in the community engaged process, because quite frankly, having this be the first project, and I know there's a timeline on it, and so I know that that's part of this. But again, understanding that there's a limited amount of funds that will go to either climate issue, climate mitigation, or to the schools, to have an ask of $4.5 million, not knowing what else might be there, and to have this. Certainly it's connected to the schools in that it is a school building, which is also a town resource, of course, but to not have any plans, at least that we're aware of, around ARPA funds that are actually going to do things like close equity gaps. And I know there's really great projects, because I'm aware of some projects that I think would be perfect for funding, but I haven't heard anything like that from the school committee yet. And so to finish,
the one thing that we're trying
if I can finish, Helen, you have an opportunity.
Let Raul finish, please.
Yeah. I think that's also part of it, but I don't want to get into a back and forth, select board school committee. It's just only to say, like, we just simply cannot fund projects on a one-off basis without understanding what the entire playing field is, and to understand that if we're giving money to this project, it means that we might not be able to give money to something else. That and to have, I mean, if there's been community engaged process on determining where the schools should spend an ARPA dollar, I've missed it. And so I think we have to put the community engagement first, even if that means it takes a little bit longer than folks would like to have, really important, meaningful, worthwhile projects funded. It just has to be that way. And, I don't know. Anyway, I'll stop.
Miriam had her hand up. You're muted. I assume you're passing.
Yeah, Raul, how could you tell? Raul said everything that I want to say. I mean, I don't need to say it again. Ditto. I yield the rest of the time.
Helen, did you want to respond?
Well, I want to understand myself. My understanding is these are one-time monies. So if we put it into operational things, we have to then find the money to continue those operational things. Is that correct, or am I not correct?
I mean, it depends. But yes, traditionally.
I mean, it could be seed money, but you have to know that you have other money to continue it.
Or it's built in that you're dealing with something that you only need added capacity for 4 or 5 years.
Oh, okay.
I would just add, if I can, or to accelerate the launch of a program that you would love to if you had launch funds. And then, yeah, I mean, I think we're going to get, I would imagine we're going to get requests from town departments that are similar to that, something that will help launch an initiative. I know Mel mentioned earlier the urgency around building out the sustainability team, for instance. We know that if we wanted to do that, that we're going to have to find money year over year in the budget to be able to fund those positions. But if we can put some money toward funding them now with the commitment that we're going to work that into the budget in the out years, then that enables us to get started right away with something that we all agree is important. So I think there are ways to use some of these funds in an operational way, but with the understanding that at some point they go away. Yeah.
So I assume, John, you feel very strongly about this. You can take the next couple of weeks to try to come up with a proposal that does not involve at least these specific ARPA funds. Are you willing to do that?
Yeah. Well, what are my fellow board members going to do in the next few weeks to try to come up with something? You know, I mean, how many more opportunities do you want me to offer for you to say, you know, no? So, you know, I mentioned tonight, there is very likely going to be a citizen petition to town meeting to do the borrowing. I'd remind everyone, this is nothing new. We did borrowing, we added to the borrowing for the high school project to the tune of $37 million. And none of that was for addressing climate change.
Yes, but we went back to town meeting.
Yes, we did. And that's what I'm saying that is likely to happen. And so in the face of a town meeting vote that might indeed, you know, free up the money through borrowing for this relatively small amount of addition to the Driscoll project, are you going to tell me that there is no way that can be found to, you know, either through that or through other means at a time when some 30+ millions of dollars is coming our way for added purposes that we hadn't previously anticipated, that we're going to tell people seriously, we just couldn't figure out how to make it work. And that's going to be the verdict on a building that we're going to be living with for 50 to 70 years. And we will have passed up the opportunity to do something significant in terms of making it a building that stands for and teaches kids the lessons of the urgency of addressing climate change. This building, if we go the way that the board is headed right now, this building will teach kids that in a well-to-do community at a time when millions of dollars were being showered on the community, because of a timetable, we couldn't figure out how to fund what is the environmentally correct thing to do for this building. So I don't feel it should be just up to me to figure out how to do this. I'd love to see, you know, everybody trying to figure out how we can do this.
Okay, then I will talk to Mel and Melissa about what our options are offline. And if I can figure something out, I will try. But it does
I'm happy to work with you if I can help.
Okay, well, what would help would be the 40-60 split. So if you want to come up with 60% of the $5 million, then I will try to come up with 40%.
No, it's the 60-40 the other way.
My understanding is 59% of the budget goes to the schools. Is that not accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, so what am I missing?
So
maybe
revenue.
we should split the difference and make it 50-50. But I'm kind of
Let's get to some amount and then we'll figure it out.
So wait, are we putting off this issue for a later date?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't we just leave it at that?
Okay.
I just want to say,
it's 10:23. You know, we did set a limit on our meetings of 10:30. So if we want to go over that, that's one thing. But you know, we're really
We started an hour late too.
I want to thank you for what she just said before I lose the opportunity. You know, I might have put her on the spot, and I apologize for that. But that's what I think could be the solution here is, you know, leadership from the town side, leadership from the school side, figure out how much is going to come up, how much the town side is going to come up with, how much the school side is going to come up with, find a way to do it. I think it can be done.
Okay.
Okay, I will just remind everyone that we started at 4 p.m. So I've done my best to manage the meeting. Okay, moving on. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Good night.
So let's have a conversation about whether or not we're going to be in person on September 15th. Miriam. You're muted.
I know. I'll just lay it right out there. First of all, I'm going to say, Heather, I think you've done a wonderful job with time management, and I appreciate it 1,000%. The second is, I will say that it would be extremely challenging for me to have an in-person meeting where everybody is wearing masks as a point of accommodation. I will not be able to lip read. It will be very hard for me to, I can do live transcripts on my computer, but then I have to watch my screen while the meeting is happening in the room with everybody. So it becomes a huge challenge for me if we're meeting in person with masks on. So I'm just putting that out there right away.
Bernard.
Yeah, Dr. Jett said that with opening of school, we're going to have a big upsurge in COVID cases. I'm a little concerned about what we're going to be facing even 2 weeks from now, and I think the better course is to continue the conservative approach of going with Zoom. We're entering a period that is potentially pretty scary. So in addition to Marion's concerns, I mean, I would add that, and we just can't ignore that reality.
Does anyone disagree with Bernard or Miriam?
I don't, but can I just say, and I don't think this has anything to do with whether or not the board wants to be. I would prefer for us to be in person, but for the reasons that Miriam and Bernard both stated, I think it's important that we hold to our current course until we feel like it's safe to do so, and until we can meet unmasked.
Okay. Should we put out an announcement?
That seems appropriate.
Okay. So maybe I'll put out an announcement tomorrow on the town meeting listserv that the select board will continue remote until the indoor mask requirement is lifted. Okay. Well, on to our, I believe, last agenda item. We may actually wrap up by 10:30.
Let's at least wrap up today.
Yeah. Okay, so committee and board assignments. Let's start with, okay, so the building commission only had incumbents reapply. So at this point, I am recommending that we reappoint, and I can list them out if that would help everyone. Janet Fearman, chair, term expires 2024. Nathan Peck, term expires 2024. Karen Brislowski, term expires 2023. George Cole, term expires 2022. Kenneth Kaplan, term expires 2022. Any comments before we vote those names? Okay, so I move them. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Tree Protection Committee. We heard from Pamela Templer. I'm moving for her to be considered for the 2-year term expiring in 2023. Reappointment of Hugh Madison for a 3-year term expiring in 24. Reappointment of Liz Erdman for a 4-year term expiring in 2025. Any comments there? John.
Did I hear the name of the person we interviewed tonight?
Yes.
Okay. I thought she was terrific. Yeah.
Yeah. She's like perfect.
Normally, I do like to give us a week, but she was good, and the tree protection committee doesn't exactly have people knocking down the door to join. So chair privilege, I guess. Okay, so those names for those terms: Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. So the transportation board, we heard from a lot of really good candidates, but I'm going to offer a couple of names. If they get a majority, then we will go with them. And if we don't, then we'll keep on going down the list. Brian Kane for a 3-year term. Bernard.
I think yes.
Okay. Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Wendy Friedman for a 3-year term. Bernard.
Yes. I'm trying to remember these people.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Now, the last name was a young woman who actually applied to be considered for Parks and Recreation. And I'm not sure if you remember that I also asked her if she would be willing to be considered for the Transportation Board. Her name is Shanali Guadino, and I'm recommending her for a 1-year appointment to kind of see if she likes it and if we like her on it. So all those in favor: Bernard.
Yes.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Reluctantly, aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. So the redistricting committee slate, as you'll recall, I put out a call for town meeting members to volunteer, and I got a lot of response from some precincts and then not a lot of response from others. So I did my best to try to look for just the best complement of the people who volunteered. So those are the names. I can read them aloud if you wish. So I'll do that. Precinct 1, Neil Gordon. Precinct 2, Kimberly Richardson. Precinct 3, Mary Dewart. Precinct 4, Jenny Raitt. Precinct 5, Cindy Drake. Precinct 6, Jeff Rudolph. Precinct 7, Ilan Wapinski. Precinct 8, Isaac Silberberg. Precinct 9, Kathy Lula. Precinct 10, Elizabeth Schaefer. Precinct 11, Shira Fisher. Precinct 12, Stephanie Bruce. Precinct 13, Dave Gayshak. Precinct 14, Sasan Zelke. Precinct 15, Michael Berger. Precinct 16, Nathan Spritz. So that is the slate. Any comments or questions before I move them?
And when do they have to have their work completed by?
Like Christmas.
Good luck.
I know.
Okay.
Bernard.
Just for the record, that is not the slate I would have chosen, but I will support it.
I do appreciate that. I did include the people who I did not put forward so that you were aware of everybody who applied.
Right.
So moving that slate, Bernard.
Aye, or yes.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very, very, very much. Is that the end of our meeting?
Yes.
Okay. 3 minutes over. I'm sorry, guys.
Thanks for getting us at least close.
So close. I'm so impressed.
Yes.
Thank you, Heather.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Oh, wait, she has to, don't you have to adjourn or whatever? No, don't we have to?
We officially vote to adjourn. I'm
No.
always surprised when I see other bodies do it, but we can start to do that.
No,
It's
that's
not adjourn-
not suggesting it.
And it's not adjourning. We're just ending the meeting. We're not putting it off temporarily.
Thank you to the staff. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Bye.
And-
Record.